all it is.
All right. Gonna just make sure that I'm not still muted from yesterday when I was running the stream. But hi, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome to 2022. I think we're all still here for the most part. My name is moonblazewolf. And this morning, we're going to be kicking 2022 off with my favorite game of last year. And not just my favorite game of last year, but a lot of people's favorite game of last year. This is going to be Fuga, Melodies of Steel. We're going to be running the new game category, which is kind of like the normal game category. We're not going to be doing good ending. So if you know anything about the game, you kind of already know what that means. But we'll explain that a little bit more further into the run. I do want to introduce my commentator for the run today, who is, I think, somebody we all know very well here in the Fastest First community and is a super fan of this game. And that is Sonic Mega, aka Sean. So, Sean, hello, good morning.
I don't know if I can call myself a super fan of this game, or if anyone should call themselves a super fan when playing this game over and over involves melting children in different orders to see which is the most efficient way of getting through this game, especially because I was someone who actually unlocked the secret film for this movie. Spoilers, by the way.
Yes. Yeah, you're one of the few people I know that has actually done that, and I am amazed that you did that run. It's incredible. It's actually more of an accomplishment than this speed run, I'm pretty sure.
It was completely by accident, too, because all I was trying to do was to find out what would happen if you got to the end of the game with only one kid left. And by the way, I actually found out the wrong way of that ending, because there's a difference between if you get to the end of the game with one child left, literally at the final boss, and if you get to the end of the game with two kids left and end up melting both of them to finish it. There's a different ending based on which one you do. And one of them is way more interesting. But in the process of doing that, we somehow got all the final gears locked in. So we go back to the main menu, we're like, oh, yeah, secret movie.
Yeah, and as you can see on my screen, there's those gears off to the right-hand side. I have not unlocked all of the secrets of this game, because when I first played this game, and I played this game twice casually before I learned the speedrun, the speedrun was the first time I ever actually put a child into the soul cannon. So, but we'll talk about that a little bit more later, but that's not... You see all the wonderful children on this title screen here. The art in this game is just immaculate and perfect, by the way. You'll see a lot of it throughout the game. The art and the music are absolutely two of my favorite things about this game. But yeah, just be forewarned, they're not all gonna make it, at least not today. But it'll be for a good cause, because this run is still about 5 hours long, and if we have to make some sacrifices to get the time that low. So, but yeah, we've been talking a lot. There's going to be a lot more to talk about, and it's a long run. So I think we'll go ahead and get started here. Time will start as soon as I hit the start button here on the title screen. So go ahead and count it down, and we will get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
This is gonna be.
And actually, I forgot that I had to be on this screen first. So whatever, we're good. We're going. Here we go. I was up late last night. I don't know if anybody else was.
I did all my drinking for New Year's at noon, so I wouldn't have to do it that same evening. So I'm good to go.
Oh my gosh! Oh man, no, we're good. If that's the worst thing that happens in this run, it'll be fine. So
right.
There is a lot of tutorial at the beginning of this game. It's kind of hard to go through all of it, honestly. We're starting out with 6 children, and we're in a giant tank. We're going to be skipping through all the cutscenes where we talk about how they got the tank. So Sean, I don't know if you want to kind of just go over the basics of the story, since I know you're very familiar with it.
Yes, but in honoring the game, I have to do it in its native tongue. So, je m'appelle la série Fastest First, Fuga, Melodies of Steel, tank, multi children. So it's really good. So basically, that was
definitely French. Yeah.
So, basics of the story, there are these kids that have been living in this wonderful little village. Some of them moved there from the city, but you get to learn about them later. They're all, adorable for different reasons. And this game is very, very subtly, and I cannot emphasize subtly enough, an allegory for World War II.
It's so subtle. Yeah.
So the Burman end up encroaching on this village as part of them trying to take over the territory. How full of spoilers are we getting here about the reasoning? Are we just explaining what caused them to find the tank?
I mean, I don't think we need to go into a lot of spoilers, but we can explain why they're in a giant tank, absolutely.
So kids are running from the village, their family has been kidnapped, they're trying to find a way for them to rescue their family, and while hiding out in the forest, they come across this cave that has this giant tank in it called the Tyrannus. And the kids go, what is this? Maybe we've been guided to this by some higher power. And they go in, they explore it, they try to figure out, how to operate it. And then all of a sudden, it just comes to life. And this disembodied voice goes, "I will not let you die. I will do whatever is necessary to protect you. Just let me guide you." And the children go, "Well, it's either this or we perish. So I guess we're gonna fight back." So now they're trying to use the tank to locate their missing family.
Yeah, the tank is the weapon that we are going to use to fight the Burmans. Definitely a very clever wordplay there, and just get our families back. The tutorial. So far, the tutorials that I've been going through are about the different types of weapons, how to swap the children in the tank, which is kind of an interesting mechanic for the speedrun. Actually, we do some pretty interesting stuff with that, and I'm kind of getting my party set up a little bit here.
There is
for the next couple fights.
There's a surprising amount of strategy in this game because each child has their main gun type. They have their own list of skills. They have a passive that they get based on which kid is their backup, and so that changes. And then, of course, I didn't realize this until like my second attempt of my Iron Man run on this game. But when you go to change the order of the kids, you have to pay attention to which kid is actually next to go in the action bar along the top, because depending on where you shift them, you can make the same child take 2 turns in a row if you wanted them to, and that can make a significant difference.
Yeah, and manipulating the turn order to my advantage is a big part of the speedrun. Every child has a speed stat that is going to kind of put them in a particular spot in the order initially, and you don't get to swap them every turn. There is a quote-unquote 3-turn cooldown that is not super rigid. I'll show quite a few spots where that essentially doesn't apply. But there is a lot that we can do to manipulate that to always get the kid that we want attacking when we want. So for example, right here, I'm going to go ahead and make Borin go next. Because I want to use his AoE attack. Because that is good.
Do not get me started on how godlike Boron is. I have an entire run on my channel dedicated to just how overpowered this boy is.
He is the MVP of the speedrun, also, just to let everybody know. To all the Boron fans out there, myself and Sean included.
For those of you who don't know, Boron, I believe, is considered to be kind of the paladin class of the game. Like, late into the game, he ends up learning a skill that he can use to heal the Tyrannus. But this boy, raw power output. He's got a multi-hit attack. He's got one that's just a super-powered explosive attack that reduces everyone's turns. But of course, if that wipes out the remaining enemies, then it's not like you're wasting any turns to begin with. But the idea is that the trade-off is that his accuracy as being one of the big gun types is terrible. However, you also have access to Kyle, whose passive is that he increases the accuracy of whoever he's paired up with. So if I don't know if this is... Go ahead.
Yeah, that is absolutely something we are going to take advantage of. They are going to be joined at the hip for this entire run. Kyle and Borin are going to be BFFs all through this run.
So
for that exact reason.
I'm not even surprised. So, on that same exact note, if you build up, because I believe it's a 5% accuracy increase per level, and you start at 50% accuracy if you use a multi-target attack. So if you get their link level up to 10, all of a sudden, Boron has 100% accuracy with these hard-hitting moves that cover the entire area. And if you chunk all of the power upgrades on him and all the gun upgrades on his gun type, they're just gone. They're just dead.
Yep. And yeah, we will get them that social. So the social links. There's this whole other game within the game, which is kind of like the visual novel story building aspect. You just saw a little bit of a preview of it there, where you get these intermissions throughout the game, where the children can. Basically, they're living in the tank, in the Tyrannus, and there are farming mechanics, there are crafting mechanics, upgrades, and then there's all the social stuff. So. The social is where we're going to build up the relationship. But here we're going to use the soul cannon because we don't know what we're doing. And by Malt. But don't worry, this is like a tutorial still, so he'll be back.
I genuinely never did this part of the tutorial and manually picked a child. Like, every time I did it, whether it was on stream or off, I just closed my eyes, jiggled the joystick for like 10 to 15 seconds, and let come what may. I could not consciously choose.
Yeah. I think I said Kyle as a knee-jerk reaction, too. We actually put Malt in the soul cannon because he's the Malt, so... Will it blend? Oh no.
Something,
the big anime tank arm is... It's very impressive, actually.
I already see some of my chat here in this chat. One of them going, "Will it blend?" we had our own ongoing like Price is Right theme going. Melt that child. It was so great. We had game music going every time we did this cutscene.
Yeah. And then the radio's just like, yes, yes. Feel the power flowing through you.
Literally, the voice of the radio is that sicko standing outside the window going, yes, yes.
It's like the weapon from Breath of Fire 4. Someone in chat will have to confirm that, but yes, probably. If it involves sacrificing children.
Raving Sock Monkey literally just brought that up right as you were saying it too.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm reading chat. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So we are so depressed. We are not going to do any fighting during this battle. These enemies can actually miss, which is like the first instance of RNG in this game, because I really want them to kill me on this cycle. Hey, success. All right. So we can keep moving here. There's a lot of RNG in this run, but it's not the kind of RNG that can actually keep you from completing the run. It's more just like, did you get a good pattern or a bad pattern? So a lot of it has to do with status effects, your like 80%, 90% hits, hitting or not, criticals, different things like that. So sometimes it's XCOM, and sometimes everything comes up Fuga. It just sort of depends on the day.
Situation normal, all Fuga'd up.
Yes. But then, so now the game has told us, like, hey, guess what? You have saves, and if you don't like what you did, you can load the save, which I guess video games, like, that's pretty straightforward. But anyway, Malt is back. We are done learning how the soul cannon works, and now we get to really start playing the game a little bit more. So this is our first, this is our tutorial on the social links. And then again, these actually will give them special attacks and special abilities. So we will be utilizing several of those throughout the run. So
you take over. I'll be right back.
Okay. All I'm going to be doing for the next couple seconds here is I'm going to be introducing Borin to his BFF Kyle. So, and the dialogue's going to go pretty fast, but basically every 3 times you talk, you get a special question. Where if you pick the right answer, you get like bonus social points. So I want to be picking the right answer out of the 3 every time if I can. I know most of them pretty well at this point. There's a few characters that their personalities are just odd to me, so I'm always not sure in picking the wrong thing. But Kyle is very easy to figure out. Kyle is full of himself and really likes the city and really likes getting his ego stroked, which he even says at one point. He's like, oh, you're just stroking my ego, aren't you? I kind of like it. We're going to tell him we want to go to the opera, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, these two need to be best friends so that Borin never misses with Kyle as his co-pilot. Yeah, that answer should have been, it's so boring. So the reason Kyle is this way, we mentioned the little sort of like hamlet village that all the children live in. Kyle is the exception to that. Kyle is a city boy who moved to the village kind of against his will. I've been watching a lot of the show Schitt's Creek lately, and Kyle reminds me of the characters in Schitt's Creek, if you're familiar with that show. So we're almost done here. We're going to finish using all of our ability points. You get 20 per intermission, which is just kind of one of the game's mechanics. I do need to do this quick tutorial here, and then it's back to battle. So we are going to go round 2 with Colonel Pretzel here. And this time we are not going to use the Soul Cannon. We are going to fight this fight straight up. But also he's not going to use his massive missile attack on us right away in the first round. So he was born and raised in South Detroit. Yep. A little more tutorial here. It's kind of obvious, like, just attack strategically. It's actually important that I shred a point of armor here, so because then he'll actually heal the armor. But now I need to go ahead and swap to the other characters. That's fine. Malt actually has the best attack early on. He's got this double strike attack that's a 2-hit. Boren's attack is also pretty good, but we're not going to use it right away because the top of the tank is likely going to get a heal off here. That's too bad. If I'd gotten a crit in there, that wouldn't have been like that. I'm going to actually go ahead and put Boren in that spot now. And I'm actually going to put May there next so that I can shred that armor. But we'll go ahead and take care of the top part, and then it won't heal for a little bit. One of the things I love about this run is most of the time things go more or less the same. But there's a lot of improvisation that you have to do in order to optimize certain battles. You also have to kind of decide like when you want to switch characters, because you might think, oh, well, you know, it's pretty great if you just switch your characters out and always get the best attack. But switching characters takes time. And so, you know, the act of going into the menu, menuing all of that, whereas mashing the A button and, you know, just kind of continuing to deal damage does not take nearly as long. So alright, so now he is charging up that big attack. I do need to be a little bit more careful. And the armor's all gone, so I'm going to go ahead and swap these two back in so that Malt can start using that double attack again. Their social link is also almost all the way filled up. What I am hoping for is that it will fill up just in time for this thing to pop up, and then I will be able to use it on both of them next turn. And I forgot to defend, so that wasn't too bad. Okay. I didn't forget to defend. I chose not to defend. There's a difference. And we got the link attack. That timed out perfectly. So this should just about take up the top. And it's going to do an armor repair. I kind of don't care. I am actually going to defend here just to be safe, because this fight's almost over. Take out the top part again, and then we just have to finish off the bottom. Gonna get one more shot in here. Oh, maybe two.
The music in this is so good.
The music is amazing. Yeah. There we go. That was a pretty good fight, actually. That went about as close to script as you can ask for. So the Tyrannus is a beast. You also get these like grades at the end of each battle. They're a little bit silly, but they're actually, like, we don't manipulate them, or I'm not at the point in the run where I manipulate them yet. But you do get an XP bonus if you get all S's or a good mix of A's and S's. So, like, it does matter, but at the same time, it also kind of doesn't matter.
It's pretty generous too. I think in general, if you get 2 A's and an S, you'll still get an overall S ranking. But if you get like a B at any point, your best you can hope for is an A. So I want to say it's an average of the 3 scores rounded up in your favor.
Yeah, I think that's right. But in the big fights, you get a 1.5% accuracy or XP bonus, which is really nice. In between each chapter, just really quick, it gives you the option of going into the villages. During the first one, I always go into the village because there's 2 items and it's a tutorial, so I think it makes you go in there anyway. But I generally will not go into the villages for the rest of the run because I should be good on items. The first couple chapters in this run are actually the scariest in a lot of ways, and I'll kind of talk about that, why you sort of get walled on your upgrades after about chapter 3 or 4, and you don't get to upgrade anything again until chapter 8, which does get a little bit scary. So
are there ever any points in the run where it is actually faster to do a dangerous route battle because beating it saves you time because you get a bunch of materials on the overworld instead of going through a set of fights? Or is it pretty much just all easy mode?
So yeah, we'll get to that here in a second with the routing, but in the current run, I only choose the easiest routes to get through. There are 2 fights in chapter 9 that I actually noticed during my D-Rust to get ready for the marathon, where I actually want to check and see if the harder route is faster, because the enemy that you fight on the easy route is has like shielding and has a lot of hit points, and it's like a really, really slow fight. But there's probably some spots where you might get certain items, or you'd have a chance at certain items that would be more advantageous too. So it's definitely something that I want to explore a little bit more. But as of right now, we only choose the safe or easiest route. So
I see.
It's the fastest. Generally, the easiest battles are the fewest battles. So, okay. And what I was doing just there at the very end is what's called scrap fishing. That is to get more items for upgrades for the Tyrannus, and it costs 2 AP, which is usually a nice round number to kind of sink some points into. I'm not always going to do that. There's also a resting mechanic that I'm going to use quite a bit. But we'll do some scrap fishing early on, and then it's a lot of social and sleeping during the intermissions, so... Which is always kind of fun. You know, the kids are like, I just want to sleep. And then you're like, here, go ahead and take a nap. It'll be great.
I still will never forget during my run when it was just Boron and the super secret last character who joins your team alone in the tank together. And Boron's wish is, I want to talk to someone. And the other kid's wish is, I want to take a nap. I want to go to sleep.
I can't believe I'm stuck in the tank with this guy. But yeah. The game does run, the main part of the game does run on this track, so it is a lot of, like, seemingly random encounters. We can't run from them, we can't make them go any faster, but, whoops, come on. Sometimes this game really likes to eat your inputs. I'm doing another quick manipulation here to let Boron go first and use his fragmented shot. We have the relationship between Boron and Kyle to maximum rank now, so Boron will never miss the entire rest of the game unless he is afraid. Alright, I can't switch there yet.
I really like, despite the fact that you can't run from the fights, despite the fact that, they're all forced depending on which route that you take, it really helps sell the idea that, first of all, the conflict is unavoidable. It's something that you have to partake in order to get through the game. But also, I know this from extensive testing, it is entirely possible, even on a fresh file, to get through this game doing every single route on the most difficult option possible. But you have to understand the mechanics of the game in order to do so. You have to figure out what your game plan is and what your combo is that you want to do with the team. And it becomes a point of, the way that the difficulty of the game works, the harder the stuff you do, the better equipment you get, the easier it is for you to upgrade things. You can make the final bosses of the game a complete joke with how upgraded everyone is if you are willing to put yourself through that struggle early on, but you have to figure out what you're doing if you're going to survive it anyway.
Yeah, and there's a lot of upgrade mechanics with the tank itself, too, that we're not even going to use, like cooking is a good example of that. There's a lot of stuff that we're just not going to really do in this run that if you're playing this game casually, you would absolutely do. And it does make the game a lot more dynamic and interesting that way. But even within all that, I still just feel like this game is... there is enough stuff that is skill testing, or just you'll be in a battle and like things just won't go your way, for lack of a better term, that... It's always interesting, and it's always pretty interesting to watch. You'll see me get into some fights later on, for sure, where it's just like, oh, well, we've seen this guy, but in this context, this is actually really interesting that we're fighting them again, and here's what we're going to do to try to get through it faster than what we did last time, so... Yeah, I love the challenge of optimizing this game, which has just so much going on over the course of it.
And then, of course, there's that moment of reflection where you have to ask yourself why you're so excited about optimizing how you make these kids destroy tanks with, vermin people inside of them.
It is true. Well, I am gonna learn the good ending run next. I haven't had a chance to really dig into that yet. And in that run, we do not use the soul cannon at all, and we do have to fight all of the bosses. So I'm gonna effectively skip some of the bosses with the soul cannon in this run, and it's in the interest of time and expediency. I could probably beat them if I wanted to, but
Does that version of the run allow for the use of the dummy soul?
What do you mean by the dummy soul?
So there's a DLC item if you purchase the limited edition or something else that comes with a bunch of starting items to help you out, and also a dummy soul, which is a one-time use get out of jail free card. It lets you use the soul cannon, but without actually having to sacrifice any of the kids.
I don't think the community has rules for that yet. I literally didn't even know that was a thing until you just said it. My guess would be typically any DLC content is relegated to the New Game Plus categories, which this game also has New Game Plus because there is a mechanic when you play this game subsequently, you can do New Game Plus playthroughs. And when you do New Game Plus now, with the most recent update, you can actually skip all of these animations where the Tyrannus is rolling down the track, which is pretty nifty.
And I would highly recommend people that want to play the game to do New Game Plus, not only because it does actually scale the difficulty based on the fact that it's New Game Plus. You cannot max out all of the Tyrannus' stats on your first playthrough. It's not possible. But also because there are, in this game, after you finish each chapter, there are little, reports that are unlocked. They're from different factions of the Burman. They're from different, allied forces, just talking about what they've been doing behind the scenes. Without getting into spoiler territory, all of the reports unlocked during the New Game Plus are from a certain source that previously you didn't know very much about, explaining everything about how the world came to be, about how the tank came to be, and pretty much helping set you up for the premise of a different game, which I won't name here because I want people to be able to play this and experience it for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, I also just want to quickly mention the fact that, because they've publicly stated this.
They have, okay.
They also set it up with the idea of maybe doing a sequel at some point, and I'm personally concerned that will ever happen, because apparently the game did not meet its sales goals. If you are at all interested in this game, it is available on every platform now, I believe. It's on sales right now for winter, New Year's, holiday stuff. Go pick up this game. I think even if you bought it at full price, it's only $20, and you could easily, if you enjoy the game and you enjoy the story and you enjoy the characters, I mean, you can sink 50 hours into it, no problem, just doing casual playthroughs, and you will absolutely get your money's worth.
It's on sale right now, 20% off on Steam. It's $32. I don't know if it's the same for the eShop, but I can speak personally to how much the dev team cares about the community for this game. When I first was, I shouldn't say running it because I was just streaming it, but when I was playing through it, one of the only gripes that I had was that in battle, if you were swapping kids around, sometimes I would get so busy talking to chat that I would forget like the swapping that I did or like what the turn order was, and so who I wanted where. And the problem was that you couldn't go back to the main battle screen until you either canceled or confirmed, and you couldn't cancel unless all the kids were back in their original positions. So I reached out. I sent a feedback thing and said the only thing that I'm bothered by is that there isn't a way to just cancel everything that I did and just go back to the main battle screen so I can look at everything again. And on the very next patch that they pushed out for this game, they included a button command to just cancel all of your organizations and go back to the battle screen.
Thank you. That was you.
Yeah.
You did
well,
that.
I don't know if it was just me, but I know that I was one of the people that gave feedback and got a response from that said they would look into it. But the fact that less than a month after I had said, I would love if you could include this in a future update, they actually they implemented that into the game, and it made it was such an immediate quality of life upgrade. And so
Yeah, no, that's great. They are very good developers. The developers of this game are CyberConnect 2. They've worked on a lot of different things.
Dot Hack, I think, possibly. Yeah. Also, Solo to Robo, which if there's any furries in chat, I assume that you guys know what Solo to Robo is.
And Tail Concerto, which is the same world as this game. So that is like kind of a trilogy. Yeah. Also, I just want to really quickly call out, I got the flaming proc on this enemy, which is fantastic. Every time he takes an action, he is going to lose some health afterwards, which will do a lot of damage over the course of the fight.
I would say Flame is probably the third most useful status effect outside Shock being first for obvious reasons. And then you got the other one. You got Smoke just now.
Yep.
For people playing the game for the first time, do not underestimate the value of status effects in this game, especially of Smoke. Smoke will save your hide more times than you can possibly imagine.
Yep. Unfortunately, it did not save my hide there, but it's okay. I'm going to get rid of this Fear really quick. Fear is a mechanic that lowers your accuracy. We do not want that when we're trying to hit with our big attacks, obviously, so I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of it here. And hopefully he'll miss next time. I was expecting Boren's ability meter to fill up a little quicker here. It's social meter. That's kind of annoying.
Now, did you already explain the Wrath mechanic in this game?
No, this is our first enemy that has Wrath, so do you want to talk about that really quick?
So, certain enemies, usually the ones that are colored red, have a passive ability called Wrath, which is once their health hits exactly 50% or lower, they will gain this passive that permanently increases their attack for the remainder of the fight. It's kind of mini-boss territory, I would call it, because you get especially with tankier enemies you see like this, you get their health down to 50%, they juice up their attack power, and now all of a sudden it becomes a race to either get rid of their health before they get to attack again, or defending against their strongest attacks before they can wipe you out. There are certain enemies, certain fights of this game where you can be two-shot from full health if they both have Wrath active. Now, it's important to note that Wrath is considered a buff, so there are certain skills in the game that remove buffs from the enemies, and it will get rid of Wrath in addition to that. I'm trying to think. There was something else I was going to bring up about it, but it escapes me at the moment. So, Wrath is something you definitely have to take seriously. It's a case where status effects like Smoke will really help you, because obviously even if their attack power is up, it doesn't really matter much if they can hit you or can't hit you in the first place. But you do have to take it seriously, because like cases like this, where you'll be like, oh, I can just hit them one more time and I'll be dead. And then you don't, and then they kill you with like a super powered attack that's boosted up by Wrath as well.
Yeah, it's also seriously annoying how the bottom of the health meter works in this game. I don't know why. I mean, it's not. This isn't the only game where I've seen that.
Oh, that's right. Doesn't it?
It's
It
just
like
how much health does it have left? I'm doing damage to it. It is just
Right.
not quite going down the rest of the way. So
yeah, the health bar kind of locks itself at like 5% remaining.
Yeah.
The problem is that it's not a pure increment. So like
Yeah.
if an enemy has 5,000 health, the bar will appear the same if they have 200 versus 500 HP, which can be a significant difference. Because Boron's neutral attack at that level can do between like 180 to 270. There's very few standard attacks in the game that will do 500 on the first playthrough. So it can be a case where you're like, oh, they're only one attack away from dying, and you put Boron in the front, he does a neutral attack, oops, turns out they still have like 50 HP left over, and then they wipe you out with their strongest attack.
Yeah. A couple things that happened during that fight, other than the stuff that we talked about, because this game really does throw a lot of its mechanics at you very quickly. Malt got depressed at the end of the fight there. Depression is really bad if you get it in certain parts of the run. You can't use your special abilities, and it is totally RNG as far as I know. But it only will happen if the Tyrannus is below 50% health, so I was kind of risky. I mean, you can mitigate the chance of it ever happening, but if it's still an RNG chance. So like if you just get unlucky and you get depression on the wrong character, like Borin, for example, at the wrong time because your health dips a little bit too low, it can really set you back for a while if you don't have an intermission coming up, because the only way that you can cure depression is during these intermission scenes going and talking to the character. So
I mean,
I'm debating at this point if I want to talk to Malt. I probably should, because if I don't, I'm going to get that pop-up message every time I come back to the tank until it's fixed. So
I mean, at least the game is true to real life. If I were depressed, talking to these kids would definitely cheer me back up.
Oh yeah, yep. We also got the twins here now, Hack and Chick. Hack is another actually both of them. I don't want to discount Chick's contributions as well. But they are the other kind of like dynamic duo for the run, along with Kyle and Borin. Not quite yet, but Hack gets an ability at level 10, which is called Burning Trigger, and Burning Trigger basically charges up the more times you use it. So once I have Burning Trigger fully charged, it's going to be dealing nearly double damage from a normal attack, he's a heavy cannon user, so that is a lot of damage. And you can also get criticals and things like that. So it's an incredibly powerful mechanic. You do have to use it a lot. You have to kind of commit to it, which is part of the reason why pairing these two up is so good, is because Chick's support ability, his twin sister there that we were talking to, is to lower the SP cost of abilities. So it makes I am trying to find Malt, and I don't know where he is. He's probably on the roof, because whenever you're looking for a character and you can't find them, they're on the roof.
You can use the right stick to adjust the camera without actually traveling around the Tyrannus as well. So if you wanted to like...
You can. I didn't even know where to begin looking, so that's fine. That's on me. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Well, let's talk to him one more time here to get that link attack. I don't know. I meant to scrapfish there and I hit the wrong button, so it's all good. So we got a little cutscene here, but get a little bonus story content here. It's also part of the mechanics of the game. Another mechanic of the game that is interesting is whoever your active character that you're controlling, whether it's talking to somebody or crafting or upgrading, they're the ones who get the XP for that. So Hack is definitely one of the characters I want to be sinking a lot of XP into. Borin is the other one. So unless I'm specifically talking with one character to another with the intention of filling their social ranks, I'm always going to be using Borin, and if for some reason I'm not using Borin, I'm going to be using Hack. So, but yeah, so we got them going here. They're going to be doing this for a while, and I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of my party set. For a lot of the rest of the run, there are some situations where I'm going to want to be changing this a little bit. But this is basically my party for the rest of the run. It's going to be Borin, Hack, and whoever is my best blue character who can do the armor piercing. So right now that's May because Kyle is busy. But there's going to be other times where it is later on. It'll be other characters who also use the blue machine gun weapons.
I did like there. It didn't happen in every case. Like there were certain characters that, for my playthrough, just didn't measure up to the rest of the team. It's ironic that you brought up Hack as being particularly powerful, just because I felt like there wasn't really anything that he brought to the table that Malt couldn't already do better. But I was pleasantly surprised by how each character over time found themselves back in the spotlight of usefulness based on the skills they learned. You know, Hannah doesn't just become a healer. She eventually gets access to I believe, not only single target smoke, but also area-wide smoke as well.
Yep.
Kyle becomes the single best armor piercer in the game. I don't think any other character gets level 3 besides him. Several get level 2, but he's the only one that gets level 3. I believe he's also the one that gets an ability that reduces 2 armor ranks and hits all aerial enemies at the same time, which is insanely useful once you get to the later stages of the game. And then, of course, Boron just keeps getting better and better, no matter what he learns.
Yeah, characters definitely peak at different times, which is an interesting dynamic for the speedrun, because later on in the run, Chick actually gets one of the best AoE abilities that I'll have throughout the run.
Is that the all-shock?
Yeah, but I'm only going to really have it like at the very end, so... But yeah, it's definitely interesting, and it's one of the things about the run that... And just playing the game casually, like you said, too, because you'll get later on in the game, and it's like, oh, well, Socks is like the bomb now. I'm going to just use Socks all the time. But yeah, they definitely peak at different parts of the run, so...
I didn't give Socks, like, any attention during my initial playthrough, but I will say that during New Game Plus, having access to Socks' late-game skills from the get-go was a huge boon. So... there's not really anyone in this group that you can sleep on. I would say maybe if you're playing casually, Hack might not fit your needs just because he comes in at a point where you've already been upgrading other red cannons on the team. But it is definitely worth playing around. Wappa for sure. If you're a big Link Attack player, Wappa is a must-have on the party as well. But not just actives, passives as well. Just figuring out who pairs up well with each other, who works with your style when you go into battles is a big part of finding your personal enjoyment with this game.
Yeah, you really can play this game how you want it to. That's a really good point. There's no right or wrong way to play this game. For me personally, the characters that I found lost the most value over time were the characters that did the healing abilities. Just because you're never at a loss for like healing items in this game that everybody can use.
Poor Sheena.
It does just kind of... Yeah, I felt so bad because my very first playthrough, I never used Sheena at all. She was absolutely the odd child out. And then my second playthrough, I actually made a point of it. I'm like, I'm going to use Sheena a lot more this battle because I want to see what she has to offer. And oh my gosh, some of her support abilities and her hero mode, her hero mode is absolutely ridiculous. I just had no idea when I first played. So.
Once you have access to her regen, and I think she also gets access to the ability that nullifies damage under a certain amount. Yeah. It's either her or Boron, I'm trying to remember. Also, Punchy, thank you for correcting that. Brits is the other one that learns Pierce Shot 3. I thought that was the case, but we don't get to the level where he learns it in this run, so you won't see it in this run. Is he even around long enough to learn that?
Brits is actually really important to this run, yeah.
Okay. On the original playthrough, Sheena, I don't think saw any action outside of being someone's passive caddy so that I could get SP regeneration. Because avoiding, well, I don't know. I don't even know if she's necessary in a new game because I tried to be as stingy as possible with my item usage when it came to refreshing SP and HP. So I ended up getting to like the end of the game with like over 10, 20 of each of these items.
Same,
But
yeah.
But if you are someone who, wants to force themselves not to use items, first of all, good luck. Second of all, Sheena will be your saving grace because she gives 1, 2, or 3 SP on a normal attack as a passive, depending on how high her social link is with the person she's paired with, which is a not insignificant number when you are trying to just eke out that one extra special attack.
And her SP regeneration is actually a really important support ability in this run because we use a lot of SP between Boren's AoE attacks, and as soon as I hit level 10 here, hack using Burning Trigger basically every turn. So yeah, having that SP regen is very important sometimes.
I never got to find out. I never used Burning Trigger in any of my playthroughs. Do people at this point know what the damage modifier is on its first versus third use?
I believe once it's maxed out, it is 178% damage increase.
So is that an extra 78% or a full 178% extra?
I would have to double check that. I mostly don't know because I've never really paid that much attention to the base damage.
Right.
But I'm sure there's a couple of the folks I know that are hanging out in chat who know this run like super well. I'm sure one of them probably knows. Oh, how did you not die there? That was really annoying of you.
Oh, so no, this man just to remind me. Now I remember. Oh, did you see what happened with the little health bar thing?
I did. I'm so mad.
That game will get you sometimes where it's like, oh, they're dead, and then the game's like, wait, no, they're not. So like it will take them super, super low, but it's still not 0. So it will go to nothing and then blip back to like 2%, and then you get hit for it. So
all right, another mechanic I have to call out here is this is the ruins. We are going to be going into this ruin. We don't go into a lot of these, but this one's pretty important. And this is a very big source of RNG for the run. I need 8 crystal dust in order to upgrade the reactor fully to level 5. And I can possibly get it on this one run through, but sometimes it can take up to 3. So because it can take either 1, 2, or 3 times, that is a pretty big source of RNG. I've already got 5. This is good. If it's in the chest, that means I'm already golden. But either way, I probably only have to do this one. Yeah, I'm going to have to probably do it one more time. But anyway, another little fun mini game that they just like randomly put in there, which is it's very enjoyable, honestly. I don't know, there's a lot of them with traps and monsters and different things like that, and they're also kind of puzzly because it gives you a certain number of bullets, and it's, here, good luck, you have this many bullets to get through, and if you do stuff in the wrong order, you can't 100% the ruins, and I don't know, it's just a really cool little mini game, I would say.
There's a particular set of ruins in the game that I'm sure is everyone's favorite, by which I mean least favorite. Where there is a crap ton of walls. Each wall takes 1 bullet to destroy, and you have to basically go through all of the rooms, press yourself up against the wall because it'll show you like what's just behind it. And usually like it'll say, oh, there's 2 walls here, but there's 3 bullets behind those walls. And you have to very carefully figure out the order that you need to destroy these walls, collect the bullets behind them, and then go to the other rooms, because if you don't do it correctly, you're going to lock yourself out of like 50 to 80% of the items that you can collect. So it's very mathematical.
Yeah, okay, I got all the crystal dust I need, so I can leave now. I got everything but the treasure, okay. So that was 2 tries, that's not too bad. So we can upgrade the reactor now, but I also need to finish upgrading Chick and Hack to social level 10, and hopefully, I'm not going to quite get to level 10 yet and get Burning Trigger, but
I wonder if they fixed that one sound glitch with the spikes yet. Were you aware of that glitch, Moonblaze?
I don't think so specifically.
So one of the last ruins obviously has a bunch of spike traps, and of course they have that sound effect where they do that.
Yeah.
But there's a specific room where if you leave while the spikes are still retracting, while it's still doing the prepping for another activation sound, that sound doesn't go away, and it just constantly plays even after. Do you need to say something?
Oh, no. I was listening to you describe it. That's all.
Yeah, and it just constantly plays even after you finish the ruins, even after you go back out to the overworld, even after you start going back into fights. And the only way to get it to stop playing is to restart the game. So
that sounds terrible. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good.
It drowns out everything. So it didn't bother me. I thought it was really funny, but
Yeah. Another little source of RNG there. You can fail at the upgrades and the stuff like the scrap fishing and whatever.
Yes.
It happens a little bit, but
I remember when I failed a 90% or a 90 and a 95% upgrade chance twice in a row.
The nice thing is you don't lose the supplies. When I first failed, I thought I lost the supplies, and I was just like, no, why would you do that to me? But you don't. So so that's good at least. All right. Trying to think. One other thing I was just very quickly going to mention is with the ruins, there's actually multiple maps of each ruin, which is kind of a cool idea too. So I think the minimum is 2 different ones. You always get the same one the first time you go into that ruin, but sometimes you get the other one on the second try. But it's fun to like not just have it always be the same. And, yeah.
That is something I did not know, because I never, ever, ever went into the ruins through the Tyrannus. I only did them when they were on the overworld. I did not know that.
Yeah, you can get different maps when you go back into them multiple times.
KK saying those XCOM success rates. Yeah, this game taught me if it's not 100%, then it's basically 20%.
I mean, the way I always describe it to people is you can always roll a 1, you know? You can always critically fail. So.
But seeing what happened with the HP bar earlier reminds me of the other thing I was trying to say about those enemies that have Wrath is it's a very subtle way that the game teaches you to actually use the R button to look at the enemy info before you actually, begin fighting and begin attacking. I doubt we're going to do this in the run for time-safe purposes, but by pressing the R button, it will actually show you, it'll describe each of the enemies, it will give like a hint as to their type of fighting, like if they're very defensive, if they, have a single strong attack, if they can inflict status ailments, but it also shows you what their HP is. And knowing what their max HP is very important, because if you know what their max HP is, then you're going to know what half of that max HP is. And Wrath does not trigger until they hit 50% HP remaining. So it is a completely viable tactic to get the enemy relatively close to 50% HP and like maybe one of those delay timers left, the little yellow icon, defend an attack, and then go completely all out to stall their first Wrath-powered attack for as long as possible.
Yeah, managing Wrath is definitely a thing. It makes sense to do things that way, for sure. Punchy saying, I beat the game 2 times before realizing the info button existed. Yeah, that sounds about right. I do have Burning Trigger now, by the way, so I'm charging it up. And in chat, Firebird Lover said, Burning Trigger maxes at 176% damage, plus 76 from the base, but also has a 20% accuracy bonus, which I do definitely have noticed now that you mention that, so yeah.
So, just pointing out, for example, if this enemy had Wrath, it would have been in Moonblaze's best interest in a normal run to just have Mei defend and then unload using both of the big cannons, because that would have done major damage while also delaying it, but also tanking the hit before it had a power increase.
Yeah, the Soul Cannon makes me super nervous to try out this game, Kesrick. I don't ever want to use it. In my first 2 playthroughs, I did not use it. I only started using the Soul Cannon when I started doing the speedrun. As long as you don't always take the easy paths, you will definitely be buff enough that you will not have to use the Soul Cannon if you play well. So
I like to consider doing all the dangerous routes in this game on a fresh playthrough as doing like the Dusk EXP curve in Kingdom Hearts, where things are going to be they're going to be really rough for you early on. You know, you're going to have to use items extensively. You're probably going to have to restart a few times if you're not familiar with this type of game. But by the time you get to the later stages, like you said, you know, people will be so buffed up, things will be so upgraded that it makes some of the ending fights a joke. I actually believe on my stream when I did my original playthrough, we basically stun lock the final boss between Link delays using Boron and using Shock and Smoke. I don't think the boss ever got to do any of its special attacks. It just sat there like a duck and was dead like 10 turns later.
Yeah. One of the things about the speedrun that I'm very interested to do more exploring on too is optimizing when to use certain ammo, because the game gives you a certain amount of, like literally as I say that, I roll over it and get some flame ammo and stun ammo. There's probably spots where in particular using the stun ammo is pretty useful, but every enemy has a different like percentage to hit on stuff like that. And so it's going to be a certain... Obviously, there's going to be some RNG involved, but it's also figuring out, like, okay, when is the optimal time to use all this ammo? Because there's definitely some spots where we know, like, okay, it's going to be really good to use it here.
Right.
But you always end up with extra at the end, so it's sort of like optimizing
that's
that remaining
thing,
amount. So
that's another thing that the game wants you to explore, is that, like you said, different enemies have different weakness, or I should say, affliction rates of status ailments. It kind of lends itself to the obvious. Like, for example, enemies that tend to have really, really hard-hitting attacks generally are weaker to the smoke ailment, where, like, it's a base 70%. There's even a couple enemies where it's a base 100%. I think the drill enemies come to mind as an enemy that has 100% weakness to smoke ailment, even without using bad luck on them. But, of course, bad luck makes life easier for everybody if you're the one inflicting it on them. But it's worth figuring that out, too. Like, there's certain enemies that Shock only has a 30% affliction rate, and then there's other enemies where Shock has a base 70%, which is a huge blessing. So...
there's also a certain amount of... And it's funny, I like kind of talking about this in the context of this is a very fresh run. Like, there's a lot of stuff that still needs to be explored in this game, and that's totally okay. Especially because it is such a new game, and part of why we wanted to put this marathon on, speaking for the organizers, of which I'm one, obviously, but we wanted to show off these cool games that people in a lot of cases really have just started scratching the surface of like what the speedrun actually looks like, and maybe get some more people interested in running these games so that we can build more of a community for them and hopefully optimize some of these speedruns a little bit more. So
you know what? I'm going to share this tweet to the creative director, Johan, and see if they can retweet it on the official Fuga account.
Oh, that would be cool. Hey, Zephyr, thanks for the good luck. Yeah, like, for myself, just personally, I've got like a laundry list of stuff that I'm curious to explore in this game already, and I think I've completed 6 or 7 runs now, including offline, kind of like practice walkthroughs. So there's so much to learn still.
I tried all sorts of things. I tried, melting every single child. I tried bringing 1 or 2 into the final boss. I wanted to try New Game Plus. I wouldn't, be so exaggerated as to say this game has insane replay value, but it has more replay value than it think it does. Yeah. And it's a game that you will enjoy playing. Like, when you're finally done, you will set the controller down and be like, oh, that was a really nice experience,
Yep. Oh my gosh, come on, Boren. Well, on the plus side, he did just get Shell Festival, and I needed that, so that's good.
Shell Festival.
Yeah, Shell Festival right in time for the next boss is going to be good times, so... Oh, good, I can upgrade this. This gives me additional items that I can potentially get, which I need for some of the upgrades, so that's a good thing. Oh my god, I'm failing a lot today. Kyle, why don't you come help out? There, finally. And we still failed. Good job, Kyle. Thanks for nothing. Sorry, Sean. I know you're on a little bit of a delay. I just
no, you're good.
I mean,
that's the description of my life, is having friends show up to offer their support so that we can fail together. Then I won't feel as bad anymore.
Kyle is a jerk. It's true. I love him, but he's a jerk. And my community just always is just wanting me to feed him to the soul cannon, but yeah, cannon fodder, exactly. We are the official Kyle haters club, I think.
Kyle,
I don't know. Was there a particular character that your community sort of picked on?
If anything, it was because I goaded them just through my reactions when I was streaming the game. Like I said, Socks saw barely any use throughout the first playthrough.
Oh, man.
I didn't put a lot of focus into the flame. I think I was more focused on inflicting smoke, and so we had we had Hannah for that, obviously, and then of course if we needed status effects, Chick basically became the go-to to that because she had access to so many different ones. So Socks just kind of became a less effective Chick who just sat in the background for most of the game.
I gotcha.
I want to say if there was one that the community, I don't think they ever hated anybody, but if there was one that didn't get a lot of attention, it was either Wappa or Hack.
Okay.
I feel like I said before, Hack just, they came in, got put on the bench, and then never left the bench for the entire rest of the run. So
yeah, for me, I think, like I mentioned in the first playthrough, it was definitely Sheena, although I felt bad about that, to be fair. And then it's generally speaking, I would say it's just Wappa. Like, it doesn't really fit my playstyle.
In a
very annoying character, if I may just sort of say like that, but yeah.
In a game already full of RNG, when you give me moves that are RNG that said, oh, this could hit between 1 to 5 times on each enemy, I'm like, how about I just use Shell Festival from Boron, which is guaranteed to hit 4 times on every enemy, and already has a max accuracy modifier. How about that?
Let's do that instead. Exactly.
Do that instead.
Yeah.
I think the trade-off is because I believe Wappa has the highest crit rate out of any of the characters in the game. So, like, those hits could do a bunch of damage. But, again, I will always go for stable, expected damage versus potential damage.
Exactly, yeah. That sequence went extremely well, by the way. I messed up one attack that I should have attacked this guy on the bottom instead of on the top, but nobody missed. Hack had a 80% chance to hit throughout that entire sequence, and he hit every time. So good job, Hack. You're rolling good, at least on that for now. So. Yeah, there's certain bosses. So I know when I'm going to use the soul cannon and when I'm not going to use the soul cannon. I was saving all of my link attacks up to use them on the bosses right away here when I got there. Another optimization thing is there's chapters where we're going to use the soul cannon, so we don't have to save those link attacks up. And it's been kind of interesting to sort of think about, okay, well, what's the best normal fight that we do during this chapter that I should be using that link attack once I have it. So
what's funny to me is, what are we on, like, chapter 4 now?
This is the end of chapter 3.
End of chapter 3. So we're at the end of okay, I guess that ranks up, because I was seeing how fast that the background art was shifting. I was like, oh, we're in a new chapter. Oh, we're in a new chapter already. We're only an hour in. You know, how does this end up being a 5-hour and 15-minute run? But now this kind of checks out. We're only about a fourth through the game, an hour into the run, and I know these routes just get longer and longer as we get to the later chapters.
Yeah, the first couple chapters don't have like a midpoint intermission, and then the later ones have at least one. I think there might even be a couple that have 2. So, yeah. So it is a little front-loaded that way. But yeah, that boss fight went pretty well for the most part. So, pretty happy with how the run's been going on the whole so far, honestly, other than having to go back into the ruins, and a lot of my upgrade and fishing stuff has been failing, which is not great, but that's not anything I have control over, so It's always so satisfying when you get to the end of a chapter and you get to see this adorable art too. It's a good reward. The SAS rank. Some of the rank names do end up being a little bit interesting. I'll just put it that way. All right, so we're starting chapter 4 now. This is the chapter in which we get Sheena. It's also the chapter where we are going to use the soul cannon on the boss for the first time. So
I figure I will bring this up now since you mentioned the soul cannon, just to spare people the pain. If you are willing to go through with it and you want to see a very unique ending, keep in mind that you do need to bring 2 different sources of the soul cannon use to the final boss fight. I won't say anything except to spare you from the pain. If you go into the final boss fight and you melt a child at the start to beat the boss fight, but you have no kids left, there is nothing available for you to do the epilogue, which requires a sacrifice. The only way to get the true ending is if all 12 kids are alive. If not all 12 of them are alive, you have to sacrifice someone at the end. Well, if you sacrifice the last kid during the actual boss fight, not the post-fight cutscene, you get just a game over. It literally says, oh, there's nobody left, and then you get a game over screen and you have to go back. And at that point, I think it's exceptionally unlikely that you're going to finish that final boss fight with a single kid. You just don't have the damage output to do it. So if you want to see the special 0 kids ending, you need to either bring 2 kids into the final boss fight, or you need to bring 1 kid and the Soul Dummy DLC item. And there is a special kind of epilogue for if you finish the game, but there's nobody left in the canon.
Yeah. Another interesting thing I actually just realized, I don't know if this was known or not during people who have been running this game, but Burning Trigger actually resets each chapter, so you have to power it up again at the beginning of every chapter, which is kind of annoying.
Oh, I thought it reset at the end of the battle.
No, it carries through, but if you do anything but Burning Trigger, or you can swap them out for a different character and that won't disrupt it. But the end of chapters do disrupt the bonus for Burning Trigger. So
it's persistent as long as he uses it whenever he has access to a turn.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it.
I had no idea. That's part of why I never used him, is because I thought it reset at the end of each fight. And so... Oh, that's...
I think that's how I thought it worked too, but it does persist between battles. It doesn't persist between chapters, which is the new thing that I figured out during my last playthrough.
That's still way better than I gave it credit for.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and now we're going to get Sheena, who is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I have nothing but good things to say about Sheena. I also have nothing but good things to say about Shell Festival. I don't think after my last playthrough that it persists across intermissions, but I could be wrong. I'm at the point where I need to kind of verify that because I'm not sure if that's true or not. My initial understanding was that it persisted across intermissions, but during my last playthrough I don't think it was, and it might have been something I was doing, but I want to like be very, very certain on that moving forward. So
Boron didn't celebrate New Year's with fireworks. He just held on to all of the shells and used them for this run.
Yeah, Boron has all the fireworks. Yeah, no kids have been sacrificed yet.
But you showed up just in time.
Yeah.
I know that there's members of my stream chat in here, and I'm expecting them to do our Price is Right quote.
I'm sad I don't have the sound effect queued up now. I could have put it on my soundboard.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't want you to. I wouldn't want you to get like a copyright strike or anything. Or no, but there is royalty. I'd have to find the royalty-free game show music that I used.
There we go. So just one other thing really quick, I don't think I pointed out yet, but as far as the character swaps during different rounds of the fight, or even during the fights, the rule that the game tells you is it's every 3 rounds you can swap, but for some reason when you go from like battle 1 to battle 2 in a sequence, it actually counts that as 2 of those 3. So if I just have Borin do like Shell Festival and wipe everything out in battle 1, and then I go to battle 2, I wouldn't be able to swap right away. But if I had Borin do Shell Festival and then did like any other action after that, as soon as I get to the next battle, I can immediately swap back to Borin or whoever. So it's a little goofy how the timing works, I guess I would say. But yes, lots and lots of Shell Festival.
It's lots and lots of shells! Big shells, powerful shells, shells that blow up all of the tanks, fast shells, slow shells.
This is a perfect example of what I was just talking about too, so.
Even shells that travel through snow.
Yeah.
Order now and you'll get an extra burning trigger. Make your shells fly faster than ever before with more power than you can imagine.
Oh my god. Oh, I love it.
Order now and we'll give you an extra bonus DVD, 2-year-old with a Glock. What happens when May manages to find a loaded gun? Find out in this 30-minute DVD.
Oh my god.
My wife was drinking water in the kitchen and she just spat it out and started laughing her butt off.
If I had been drinking water, I definitely would have done the same. Oh my god. That being said, May is a 3-year-old with a gun, so you're not completely off base here.
you know that donation drive for people who want to give their hair away? Yeah, this is Glocks of love.
Oh my god.
Also, if Ahmad wants to give me permission, you don't have to do it now, but within the next 5 minutes, if you want to give me permission to post links, I have queued up the royalty-free, stream-safe game show music if chat would like to melt that child to their heart's content.
Are you still? If you're still a VIP, you should be able to post links from
Okay.
when you were hosting the last marathon. So just try it.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, you're good.
So just cue that up, and as soon as he picks Soul Cannon, fire that up, and you'll have a very memorable event.
Oh my goodness. All right, we have Sheena now. Sheena is a very useful support character. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have Sheena make good friends with May. Because Sheena doesn't actually have Piercing Shot 2 yet, so we're going to keep her in a support role until she learns that ability. But it won't be too long, and in the meantime, May is going to keep being our armor stripper, and Sheena is going to be in that support role so that we can get our SP back.
SP stands for Sheena Points, says Vindicless.
Yes, that's great. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's the only like actual magic user.
You know,
So.
it's funny that it's the kids that are French, but it's the Burmans who get Swissed.
Oh my gosh. Also, speaking of May, we were just talking about May. I find it endlessly hilarious that during these dialogue options, the best way to May's heart is from lying to her. So, like, for example, I just told her that meat grows on meat trees. And she's like, yes, that is perfect.
Figuring out what the correct answer was for some of these Bond questions was very interesting.
Yeah. I do love too, and I mean, I don't know if you have a particular. I'm not asking for like an opinion or anything on this, but I do like how this game has voice acting, but it's not like a lot of. It's more like sound effects, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there's something that's actually just very charming about that. In a way that would be different if they had like always like unique forced lines and different things like that.
I mean, this is something that kind of dives more into like the business side of things of voiceover, but
Sure.
I don't know if this is the official term for it, but it's what I refer to as emotive SFX, where
Okay.
they're not actually voicing the entire line, but they do some sort of quip that matches the emotional context of the line. So,
Yeah.
for example, if the line is, I'm so, this is so cool, I never got to visit the beach when I was a kid, then maybe the emotive SFX is like a nice chuckle, like, or yeah, or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's relatively inexpensive because obviously the recording process for emotive SFX, especially if you're reusing sound effects for multiple types of lines, is a lot shorter than voicing every single line word for word. Since we're playing a furry game, and I'm sure there are furries in chat, this was originally the path that Clace, the person who did Winds of Change, which is now also out on Switch and Steam, did. Where originally he was going to go with emotive SFX to save on budget, but just ended up going for full dubbing because he really liked how it sounded. However, when you think about a game like Fuga, where the creative team says, we basically operated at a loss, this was a pure passion project, we didn't have enough funding to do as much as we wanted to do with this game, it makes sense that emotive SFX was a nice way to give personality to the characters without having to spend the extra money of recording every single line.
Yeah. And I'm also, this came up in my last stream where I played this too, and I don't know the total breakdown, but I actually believe I saw somewhere that some of the French, because this game is Japanese and French, dialogue and sound effects, but I believe some of the French is actually the Japanese voice actors.
Oh, it's the same. It's the same cast.
Yeah.
So
maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's the French doing Japanese. I'm not sure, but either way, it's kind of neat how they.
That's. I don't recall if it was Japanese. I think it's Japanese actors that also know French, but I could be wrong on that. I also know that one of the theme songs in the game actually has a flag for whether you're playing with the French or Japanese dub, and it will change the chorus singing the song to French or Japanese based on which one you have set.
That's really cool. Yeah. I think it's really neat to see how they packed so much character and personality in this game, just through a lot of fairly simple stuff. Kind of what I've been talking about a little bit. The music and the characters' personalities just really come through, and it's not something you always see.
Right.
It's something I'm kind of used to from the Persona games. They do a lot of that in battle, where they'll use certain sound effects to emote in that way, but to have it actually be kind of like the dialogue functioning that way is a really cool thing to see also.
As someone who likes to dub the characters when he streams his games, having the little quips and stuff from people made it really fun and really easy for me to adopt different voice performance styles for each of them.
I bet, yeah. And for someone like me who is not particularly creative or good at coming up with voices, it really does just give me a better sense of like who they are.
Baseline, yeah.
Yeah, yep. Do you have any voices for this game or characters for this game where you did a voice for them that you particularly liked it?
I was a big fan of Brits, who was the only ones that I gave a slight accent to, but I made him much softer because he's very, reserved and very nervous with most of the cast. Boron was probably my favorite because he had this slightly higher pitched voice that was prone to cracking, but he just seemed like he was really high energy and jovial while also being nervous at the same time. Kyle was probably one of my personal favorites because he's the sarcastic jerk, and he always talks about how he hates,
everything.
living in the countryside. That wasn't your Boron voice by the end. Oh yeah, chat referring to my God Boron run. No, literally, nice. we developed this entire side story of Boron wanting to become a god because he figured that was the only way that he could prevent anyone else from dying. So he's like, I must make the necessary sacrifices. Come, child, it is your turn. And I I don't want to give the whole story here because this is your stream, but I'm asking people to please come check out my VOD on my channel of the God Boron run and just experience an unexpected fan fiction level story that none of us saw coming, but all of us were like excited for.
I got bits and pieces of it, and I can vouch it was an experience.
We got fan art off of it.
Nice. I thought I was going to end up using their link attack there, because... So this is a chapter where I'm going to be using the Soul Cannon, so I'm going to be looking to use their link attacks now. And I've only got one more set of encounters, so I'm guessing it'll be this one. We'll unleash the beast on this one, I guess.
You've heard use it or lose it, now it's use them before you lose them.
Well, we can start taking bets, too, on who's going into the Soul Cannon first. I won't say anything.
Oh. Wait, it's a set choice, right? Like...
It's routed. Like, I have options, but I'm gonna do it in the order I normally do it in, so...
By the way, for those of you that do check out the VOD, we do get to view the secret movie on that as well. So if you're someone who doesn't feel like playing... I mean, I don't know what's wrong with you if you're not willing to play this game to see the secret movie. But if you would like to spare yourself the effort, the VOD does have the secret movie as well. I know it doesn't matter for the sake of getting the bonus EXP, but every time you get that A on the third one, like there's a part of me that just twitches a little bit. Like
I know, it's like, what was I supposed to do differently? I know, I feel the same way.
You can get punished in this game if you finish battles too quickly, because you just won't have enough turns, you won't have enough time to build up the points in order to get all S rank on everything. But it usually doesn't harm you too much, but I've had cases where it gave me an A because I just finished it too fast to...
Yeah, A for awesome in that case, right? Alright, so we've got this rank fully ranked up. So when Sheena has a full support level with somebody and you use a normal attack with the character that she is supporting, you get 3 SP back, which is pretty good when Burning Trigger currently costs me 2 SP to use every time. So that's kind of like the combo that we're going for there.
It's almost time, chat. Get ready.
Yep.
Everyone's favorite game show.
I'm going to go ahead and just sleep really quick because I don't have anything else to do at the moment, so... sleeping is just basically free XP for your characters, or if they're injured or knocked out, it will heal that up, but it's also a nice way to use your AP when you don't really have anything else to do, so...
All right, here we go. There's that link again for everybody.
Now you gotta wait for it. We can't we can't just like gleefully use the Soul Cannon the moment we enter the battle. We do have to get into the danger zone first.
That's right.
Which, I just have to say, very disappointing. I would love to just hop into battle and just be like, all right, Soul Cannon, let's go. Who's next? Who's ready? I am going to knock out these 2 enemies on the top because all they do is heal this thing, and their animation is extremely long. But now I'm just going to go ahead and fire bullets into this thing. So
if CyberConnect 2 were to implement any new mode in this game, if there were any other thing that I would ask them for, I would just say it would be cool if they could... I mean, you can self-impose it, but I think it would be cool if they could implement a mode that doesn't let you continue. Like, if you game over, then it just boots you back to... It deletes your save file or forces you to start from the beginning.
Yeah.
Just because I think it would be fun for people to be able to challenge themselves of like, do I really want to do the hardest route on everything? You know, do I risk losing this boss fight, or do I sacrifice the true ending in order to use the Soul Cannon? I feel like doing the Iron Man run helped me appreciate this game a lot more from a strategic standpoint.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. Alright, so the Soul Cannon is now active because we've fallen below 50% health. So Just waiting here till it's my next turn. And then, Socks, please report to the Soul Cannon. Your services are no longer required.
Will it melt? Do 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 do. Socks to be you.
This hurts me too because I really like Socks, but
Melt that child.
But Socks will live on in our hearts, and also Boren's gonna get 50% of his XP in the next intermission.
Oh, so that's how it works. You get 50% of whatever EXP that character had.
Yep. I also it's just dead silent, and it goes to like the congratulations, you finished the battle screen.
I like to imagine that I'm the tiny tank on the right, and the giant beam was 2021.
Feels that way a little bit. So anyway, Socks is gone. But we get new Socks in the next chapter, so it's okay.
We get better socks in a month.
We get thicker socks.
We've upgraded from socks to thigh highs.
It does always feel a little awkward too that there's sometimes they will still be in the end of chapter graphic, even though they're not with us anymore.
So, do you want to explain how this game continues to punch you in the feels if you are watching the cutscenes after you melt somebody?
Yeah, so the way that the cutscenes get modified, we'll see it a little bit later on, is any character that you have sacrificed to the Soul Cannon, they will be replaced with like grayed out or like black squiggly nightmare lines over where their character would normally be in the drawing. So, but anyway, we've got Gene, who is my personal favorite character, so I'm okay with this.
Gene has my favorite quip when he goes "Oburo."
Yeah, he's got a lot of he's a man amongst boys. I'm going to go get.
Who is the one that says, I always
glasses.
interpret it as him saying, let's see more friends? I think it's like, Brits does, he goes, let's see more friends. And then there's like, there's someone else who does it like high pitched, like, let's see more friends. And I always hear it as, let's see more friends.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I can't upgrade this last thing here, so I'm just gonna go sleep. I actually do not need, I don't need anything,
Our last
from Gene yet. In terms of social.
Our last socks had some holes in them. Jesus, Vim. Come on, man. Too soon.
Whoops. Alright, so in terms of upgrades, this is actually a little bit of an awkward time for the run, and it does make for a fairly dangerous couple chapters because the enemies are still going to be getting a little bit harder. But we are basically locked at our current levels. Oh, shoot. I forgot that she was injured. This could be a problem. We'll find out soon. I will have to make sure during the next intermission that May rests. And hopefully she won't get knocked out in the meantime. Which would be more annoying than anything, but...
Chat with the jokes today.
Her fellow Socks has big shoes to fill. Nice.
You know what they say about people with big shoes? They operate the big cannon.
If I manage my HP okay, it shouldn't be a problem that May is injured, but if I had been thinking, or if I had remembered that, I would have had her rest instead of hack during one of those
it's unfortunate
sleeps that I took.
It stinks that she got injured so early in the game, too. Because usually you don't encounter enemies that are capable of injuring you until, I would say, Chapter 8, something like that, so...
Yeah, I mean, it can happen, because I think it's just, there's a percentage chance based on if you're below 50% hit points.
Yeah.
But I think it's probably static on bosses throughout the run, if I was to guess. But then during normal encounters, it's pretty low. It's pretty unlikely. I think during normal encounters, you're actually more likely to get depressed.
Don't you just love when the crit does that little bit of extra damage to take them to 0 HP?
It's a great little bit of RNG also, yeah.
Feels so good.
Yep. Oh, another fun little thing about this game that I didn't realize until I was speedrunning it is you can hit the buttons while you're rolling down the track, and you will get those fun little voice effects that we were talking about.
And it's based to whoever was at the front of the turrets when you ended the fight.
Yep.
I believe it actually corresponds to which turret they're currently at.
Just fun little stuff about this game again, and I mean, it really is in a lot of ways modeled after, at least the social stuff, Fire Emblem Three Houses, which is another game that I just absolutely adore. So I am always here for it with stuff like this. All right, more Shell Festival.
Ooh, I wonder if this is. Are you playing this on PC or Switch right now?
I'm on PC.
Added turbo mode to speed up route progression movement. That's really cool.
That is only during New Game Plus.
Oh.
But yeah, that is a thing. But yeah, it's only during New Game Plus, unfortunately. Or I would totally use it during the speedrun. Oh, nice shot there, Hack. Was not expecting that guy to go down.
The game taketh and the game giveth. For all the times that they just can't quite do the job, you get those little bonus damages that give you an extra turn.
Yeah. Yeah, just lots of Berman killing for the next little bit here. Like a whole army of them or something. It's us against the world. And I don't know, taking the safe routes, I generally feel like, at least for speedrunning this game, it never feels like a slog. I don't know. Like, it's a very long run, obviously, and but you're always doing something, and you do have to think during the battles. Like, the battles are never autopilot-y at all. So it's definitely different than if you have like a traditional RPG where like if you get random encounters, you'll just run from them usually. And obviously you can't run from anything in this, but they're not boring. They're kind of fun. So like even just right there, I was like, oh yeah, I need to change to Jean so I can delay all these guys, and then they won't get an attack off. So. And we'll let Bourne finish him off. Good times.
Good times. I would love to see statistics on which move was used the most by all players. I doubt that they have anything tracking like the use of certain moves like some games do. But I think it'd be really funny if we found out that like Shell Festival was used so many times that like it more than doubles the second place move.
It would be fun if you like got those stats at the end of a playthrough. I totally agree. Like, we get it, you Shell Festival. I'm gonna go ahead and swap Jean back out here. My party got a little out of order, actually. That's fine.
I see you also pair Jin with Sheena.
Yeah, Sheena's just the a lot of times it's just for convenience, but if I'm gonna pair somebody, it's gonna be in that third spot because generally speaking, I don't mess with Chicken Hack too much. Although if I level their social rank, which I don't do in the run, but Jean and Chick would actually be a really good combo too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. This is actually I don't know if the previous runners of this game do this, but I actually go at these guys fairly aggressively to just try to get their health down and not wait for them to open. Even though it seems a little bit like, you know, what are you doing, Blaze? Wasting piercing shots on this thing, but it really does make a difference, especially with Burning Trigger.
Man, I never explicitly like planned it this way. I just had it happen by luck a couple times, but anytime that I came into this fight and Boron's hero mode was active and I got to just obliterate their defenses on turn one, I almost wonder if it's like a viable strat to try and trigger Boron's hero mode and then put him in the back. It probably isn't just because of how good Shell Festival is, but
you kind of just don't have a lot of good control over when stuff like that happens either, unfortunately.
Yep, that's true.
But yeah, some of their hero modes are amazing, and you'll randomly have them pop up at various times during the run, where it just is incredibly advantageous to do so, and you're like, oh, I wish I could kind of control this in some way, and you really don't have a lot of control over it, unfortunately.
Do we ever end up using in this run Boron's single target 5-hit skill that inflicts fear on him afterwards, since that wears off if it finishes that set of fights?
I have not used it, but that's another thing on my laundry list, is just see if there's any...
Oh, well, we have to block stream. This is PG-13, man. Why would you put that up there? I just saw the delay of the rating.
Oh, was that fight kind of ass?
Yeah.
That's just how it goes sometimes.
I have a running thing with this game where anytime we have that happen, I gift a sub. So since it happened on this stream, there you go.
Oh my gosh, Sean, thank you. All right, I do need to.
I do have to appreciate a good butt.
It's a good running joke on my stream too, for sure. So I get it.
Hey, raid with Cthulhu. Thank you, Cthulhu Crisis.
Oops, nope. There we go. Okay, we got May taken care of. I am completely locked out of upgrades until Chapter 8 now. That is when I will get the items to upgrade my anything on the Tyrannus past Chapter 5. So we're just going to be doing a lot of napping during our intermissions for a while, and occasionally some social stuff, so...
Welcome to 2 Furs 1 Stream. How dare you! I only wish it was possible to speedrun first-person dungeon crawlers. If I were to ever get serious about speedrunning, I feel like it would be for a game like Etrian Odyssey, but it doesn't lend itself.
I saw you were doing a marathon of something recently.
Cold Steel?
The Trails games, yeah.
Yeah. So
I saw you doing that. You got some speedrunning chops over there.
That's true, and it did get me 2 world records, which is even funnier because the world record for beating all 4 games was, I would call it like a half-serious attempt, because we were playing intros, we played the credits, there were so many potential time saves that I just did not do, even though I easily could have done them. It managed to hold for at least 2 attempts, because the first time there was some sort of tech issue that invalidated the run. The second time, the runner didn't realize that they had to do the true ending, which meant they had to do a special boss fight, which meant they had to go back after they beat the 4th game and redo certain scenes so they could do the true ending fight, and that added just enough time that they came in like 9 minutes over my time. So... somehow, my world record run, it's probably been beaten by now, but it did hold fast through 2 different attempts.
That's pretty amazing. People who run long games are a special breed. Even if whether it's as a, I don't want to say like a joke, but like just as a fun challenge, or whether it's like a serious endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
So. This guy's got Wrath, by the way, but I have full health, so he should be fine here. Ow. Oh, he's got a new ability on the bottom now. Whoops. Well, I guess I have to charge up Burning Trigger again. At least he crit, though. That was a good Burning Trigger impression there, Hack.
Oh, that was meaty. Ooh, double crit. I love that. Sass. Bringing that sass into the fight. And please tell me I'm not alone in that I just, like, I feel a little bit of relief every time I run over one of those healing spots with both my HP and my SP at below max. And just seeing them fills up is cathartic. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah, my brother is one of my biggest fans on my stream, and he made the joke of making the om nom nom effect every time the tank would go over. Which, if you watch it, it's actually very odd how the Tyrannus picks things up.
I can imagine him doing like the heavy voice, being like,
"There you go,
om nom nom." Supplies here.
Yeah. Food for me. The Tyrannus definitely is sentient enough that it has a voice, so...
It costs exactly one French child to fire this weapon for 12 seconds. Who touched sword cannon? Who touched my gun?
Meanwhile, the radio voice is just like luring everyone into the soul cannon chamber.
Sheena, Sheena's like, who are you guys gonna help me try and find? Your mother!
There's a spot where I think it's actually Chick is like, I hear ghosts. And it's like, that's one of the dialogue things when you're like talking to her. It's like, you're not crazy. That's just the scary radio voice. We are having fun. It's a fun game. Gotta have fun during a fun game.
I want to say my other favorite part of this game is when you when you have like a field of 3 or 4 enemies and you kill 1 or 2 of them right off the bat, and the way it lines up is that it's your turn, then their turn, then your turn, then their turn, but you can do just enough damage to knock out each of the remaining tanks without any of them ever getting a turn.
Oh, I can tell you exactly what my favorite thing is, and I really hope it happens at some point during the run. When you get the mortar enemies that will like point at the sky and fire, and they're on fire, and they will raise the mortar cannon.
Oh yes,
and the flame will go off and kill them. It is the best.
I have had that happen at least once. That was amazing. I think that also happened with the drill tanks charging up their drill as well.
Yeah, the drill tanks will do the same thing, but it is by far the most satisfying thing that can happen during combat in this game.
What I do like is that the flame actually scales based on, because I think it's a percentage of their HP, not just a flat amount. So I didn't give it enough credit. I thought it was just a flat amount early on in the game. But if you
it's a percentage,
If you inflict flame against a really tanky enemy, it will chew through their HP bar.
Oh yeah. And just the fact that like when they do those like adjustment moves or charge up moves that it triggers is like, it's the best.
I forget if Blutwurst can get flamed, but if he can, since he charges for like 2 or 3 turns, I imagine it would help immensely.
We don't actually fight him, so
right.
But I would definitely like to try that out when I'm. Flame will be a really important part of new game later on for sure.
I mean, if anyone in this game deserves a soul cannon to the face, it's him. So.
Oh yeah, he is the most evil. The chapters we're talking about the chapter 7 boss, who we will be
his voice actor
in a couple chapters. Yeah,
his voice actor went hard though on his performance though. Like his maniacal yip laughter is so good.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, Jesse reminding me as well. The wrath will do it too. Like if they trigger wrath and explode, that is also very satisfying. Good call. It's the little things, especially when you have a game like this. Are they? They are charged up. Perfect. That is what I want. Alright, so this is the last battle before the boss fight, so we're going all out here.
Oh, I gotta find new royalty-free music for chat.
I wonder if I can get flame on this guy. Let's find out. Ooh, 40% chance. I like those odds. Come
Here
on,
you
Gene.
go. Here's your royalty-free music for this time around.
We're gonna keep trying to light this guy on fire. Certainly he looks flammable. Just gotta get it in. You gotta get it in the little slot, Gene. This is going to be one of those runs where 40% is actually no percent. I can tell. Alright, I'm just going to do this swap here so that I definitely kill it, and then I can also get my party back in order for the next fight. Alright, Sheena's at level 15. I'm waiting on her to get to level 17. There are certain abilities that I really care about. Her getting Piercing Shot 2 is one of them. Mm-hmm. And then the next one after that is going to be Bourne getting Megaton Blast, which is at level 30. Which seems like it's a long ways off considering where I'm at right now. But Bourne is going to get so much XP over the next couple chapters that it's not as far off as you think. I think I get it during chapter 8.
I never figured out the math on Megaton Blast versus Shell Festival. I'm assuming Megaton Blast is more powerful than all 4 hits of Shell Festival. Yeah. But I don't know. I never figured it out.
It definitely is more powerful. The animation is also shorter, which is nice. Considering how much we use it. Alright, so this is another Soul Cannon battle against another really good boss character, I have to say. Like, they really, with the little amount you see them, they really do flesh out the personalities of a lot of the bosses really well. So this is going to be Flam. And the big story point at this part is Jean's father was actually killed by the Burman, and she is at least supposedly the one that did it. So Jean does not like Flam very much. We'll put it lightly.
Basically, all of his social bonding points, the correct answers involve saying that you want to annihilate the Burman.
Yeah, or that you want to work out with him.
Which is ironic when you have a Burman join your group and you have to tell him, yes, death to all the Burman, and he's like, yes, we're closer friends now.
Yeah, yep. That will actually happen. I didn't quite get there. I was hoping that would push me into Soul Cannon range, but I'm gonna have to wait for the big attack now.
I like how the tanks do a little wiggle dance before healing half their HP.
There's so much personality, even just in the vehicles in this game.
Right?
Like, has anyone even commented on the fact that a lot of them have ears yet? Because that is something that a lot of people will not notice right away, and then at some point they will just be like, "Oh my god, that
wait, are those ears on the support tower?"
Yeah.
What? I did not know that.
No, I think that's like, well, I guess those are ears, but I think it's more like a spiky helmet, but it does have ears too. Also, bye, Hannah.
Oh.
But yeah, at some point somebody will, and now I just said it, so you're gonna notice it all in the next fight. But if I hadn't said anything, you would have at some point noticed that the tanks had ears, and you would have just been like, "That is the cutest thing ever. That tank is adorable." Now let's blow it up.
Well, you gotta hand it to her.
She Hannah go. I don't know what else to say. We'll see
She
if
was
Kyle gets depressed or not. Sometimes Kyle gets depressed, sometimes he doesn't care, so...
She was like, I don't want to... Can't we pick somebody else for the Soul Cannon? And we went, ha! Nah. I think this is the new rule of the run, is we have to do a terrible pun with the name of whoever we're melting so that everyone can stave off the depression more quickly.
We've got to lighten the mood a little bit, that is for sure. Yeah,
Lighten the mood and the weight on the Soul Cannon.
that's right. She throws her hat down.
Well,
Because we spared her, actually. That was the story point there.
she is a healer, but we also have May and Sheena and eventually Boron, so she's not the healer.
And we have a bag full of healing items.
Sometimes you have to sacrifice someone for the sake of annihilation.
Oh gosh.
It's okay.
All right.
We'll get some markings on our bodies to remember her by. We'll call them Hannah tattoos.
We get matching Hannah tattoos. And now here's this character that we will never use once or even talk to or engage with in any way, so... I guess her name was Wappa. Who knew?
I like how the French dub always goes, Wappa.
Yeah, Kyle did get depressed. Oh well. We will go cheer him up with good friend Boren. Of course, I don't know if this is a rule or not, but when a child gets depressed, they always go like really in an inconvenient spot. So we have to go track Kyle down.
So we go
Okay.
to the top of the tank where it's sunny.
Yeah, I guess he just wanted to be joked with. That's fine. I do need to go get Hannah's XP also. Although I should have done the sleeping first. I think that's faster. We'll sleep and then we'll go get Hannah's soul XP.
But I'm lit tired. Well, have a nap. Zen fires the cannons!
You know, all the shell festivals really do take a lot out of you.
Megaton rest, baby.
All right, and back to battle. It's no time to be sitting around being sad. We've got Berman to kill. And we also got meat, which we will never use.
That's the second most important thing besides killing people in battle.
They're not related, by the way. The soul cannon firing and us finding meat on the ground, I promise. Just the apron. It was only the apron.
No, it's kiss the cook, Boron. Kiss the cook. Wrong double letter.
How to cook 40 Kaninu. Yeah, who knew, right, Firebird?
Dang.
Oh,
If
this
I
is
had
my favorite fight. I just really have to... Oh, no, I'm locked. Shoot. That'll just be for a second here. There. This is my favorite battle to use Shell Festival in.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
What
it's
did I
the
just
classic.
do? That was weird. Okay. Maybe not this one, but battles like this. I don't know if you get a lot where there's 6 enemies on the board like this.
There's one where it's supposed to have 2 of those guys that summon extra units.
Yeah.
But that fight is glitched, and the summons never show up. So
Oh, okay.
it just ends up being I think it's two of the summon recruitment airborne enemies and 2
Yeah.
of the ground tanks. But you can just focus on the ground tanks because the airborne enemies, their summons never it doesn't actually trigger.
They don't have the room probably on the screen. That being said, I really do not like those reinforcement calling enemies because their animation is so long. When they like spin up and call for reinforcements, it just takes forever.
I'd like them if you got extra experience for destroying the extra tanks, but I think the experience is locked to the fight. not
Oh,
to
okay.
not to the units themselves.
Yeah, that's not good then, or that's not helpful. Rusty barrels.
I want to just like strap rockets to the back of the Tyrannus and just have it like plow through the tanks like the Star Destroyer in
Nice.
the Star Wars movie. I think it was it wasn't The Last Jedi. I think it was, what was the new one? Number 7?
I can't remember.
Yeah. A New Hope was 4.
That one I do know, yeah.
Vim Deckless. Bata boom!
Force Awakens.
Oh, Force Awakens. Yeah, I think that's it. God, I wish I had known about Burning Trigger being that powerful.
It's, yeah, I didn't know either. Gotta incorporate some of those speedrun strats into your next casual playthrough.
Man, I love Fuga to death, and I've already financially supported. No, I've given out like 5 copies of the game. I bought the original before the DLC edition came out, but then I bought the special edition in the time between, because there was a time period between when they released the game and when they released just the DLC expansion, so that you didn't have to buy the special edition. I didn't want to wait, so I bought the regular version of the game, and then when they released the special edition like 2-3 days later on Switch, I bought the special edition of the game too. So I paid full price for this game both times.
I'm holding out for. I think this game will probably get a limited run release at some point, and I would love to get a physical copy of it. I really hope it does. I think it's worthy of something like that.
Please let me know if it does, because I will absolutely spend the money on it a third time to support it. But I definitely played this game with the intent of absolutely unlocking everything so that I wouldn't have to play it again. And I don't mean that negatively. It's just like, after 6-7 times of running through this trying to figure out the remaining gears, you've seen pretty much all there is to see. And it doesn't, the difficulty doesn't scale after New Game Plus. So if you do New Game Plus, you're going to steamroll everything.
One thing I do think would be fun if they added at some point is just kind of like an endless track mode, where you just like you start and you just go and you go until you like run out of resources, or you run out of or the enemies get too strong or something like that. I think something like that would actually be really cool. And it's kind of already built into the game. Like, it wouldn't be too hard for them to add something like that, I would think, from a like a development perspective. I'm gonna try a flame grenade here. Okay. Ha! Well, he attacked me and then he exploded. That was still satisfying, but if only he'd wrathed and then exploded, that would have been way better. Alright, I'm gonna get my party back in order here, because Gina's a little slow. One of the reasons it's also very good to have one of these blue characters in your formation at the start of every fight is they are going to generally be the fastest. Although, annoyingly, I was running into some times in my recent playthroughs where Hack ends up being faster than Sheena, which is kind of annoying, because you generally want Sheena to go first to shred the armor. But yeah, those blue characters tend to be the fastest, and then you can put Borin up there, and heck, I'm low on SP. I should have known that was happening. Oh well. Gonna have to take this fight a little slow, I guess.
Oh. Getting visited by my own cat friend. We have a neighbor's cat named Cheeto, who is a
Cheeto,
cat.
nice.
Yeah, because he's like orange colored, and we don't own him, but he trusts us, so he just comes and jumps into the apartment from time to time, and now he's winding his way between my legs. So prep the soul cannon. We've got a free spotter for the boss.
Excellent, excellent. He's like that neighbor that just drops over uninvited.
Yes, absolutely he is. My actual cat panda is none too pleased when he smells him.
That's funny. Hotbot pleading, do not feed the kitty to the soul cannon.
Well, I can't feed the cannon to the kitty. I doubt his stomach is big enough for that. It's another cat with a food name. Of course they can join.
Yes. Yeah, all the characters in this game, their last names are food based, so they're pretty funny actually. If you look them up online. I don't know if I think it says it under their profiles in the game, but that's mostly where I'm used to seeing it. Another cat with a food name, yeah. Since it's a cat, you can feed it to the cannon 9 times? Oh, I've been doing it wrong.
Ooh, ooh.
We found a new job for Sheena. I'm just gonna sleep here. And I need to keep an eye on Sheena. Sheena is... Whoops. Did that wrong. There we go. Okay, Sheena is almost to level 17. And then that's when she will become my main armor piercer. So that should happen before the end of this chapter. Actually, it will probably happen in these next 2 fights. Oh, this is unassuming. Whenever you have a first fight like this, you always get nervous for the second one. It's like, wait, what's coming next? This is too easy. I know, really letting us down there.
What if the effect of the soul cannon is based on the kid that you put in there, so firing Sheena actually ends up fully healing the boss?
So refreshing.
So refreshing. Ah, child particles, my favorite. I feel so rejuvenated.
Oh, I almost messed that up because she got delayed. There we go. Alright, so Sheena will get it next fight. And I also get energy back after this, so I'll keep that in mind as well. Gotta kind of look down the track and figure out what resources you're gonna get next. I'm not good enough at this game yet where I just like have all the levels memorized and all of that kind of stuff. This is a chapter where we fight the boss. I think this is the chapter with the first drill fight. I think that's the boss of this chapter.
The drills. The drills have ended so many of my runs.
The drills are quite awful. I just want this to be Jean. Okay. Thunk, 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 thunk. Love it. Shell Festival's the best.
It is so gratifying to see every single time.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Alright. Back in there for the next fight. And goodbye. Alright, so Sheena now has Piercing Shot 2, so May is officially out of a job. I will not use May anymore for the entire rest of the run. Well, I'll use her one more time. Foreshadowing.
I don't want to play with you anymore as you drop her 4-year-old body into the soul cannon chamber.
New best friend. It's like the meme. I'm looking back at Sheena and Maze right next to me. Piercing shot too.
Just visualize that.
Yep. This does not bode well for May. She's so sweet and innocent, and don't worry about it.
Time to meet her maker.
Not for a while. Not for a while.
Oh,
but,
not for a while? Okay.
No, she gets to hang out for a while.
Chat, you should get in on the puns. When we figure out who we're melting this time around, you need to send them off with a nice pun based on their name. Oh, I already thought of mine for May, and it's so bad.
Oh
it's
no.
terrible.
Be sitting on it for a little bit. And that's the 4th spot. Okay. Menuing. This game has a lot of menuing. Unsurprisingly. Maybe, maybe not. Oh gosh. Nice. Glad y'all are enjoying the glad you're enjoying this.
So what other games have we seen so far? You guys started on Friday, right?
Yeah, so this is day 2. Yesterday we had, gosh, you're putting me on the spot. I saw a lot of these. We kicked things off with WarioWare do it together, or get it together, not do it together. That's what we're doing, Sean. But yeah, WarioWare get it together. We had Slap City. Those were both by Fruit, who I know you've hosted.
Yeah,
several of Fruit's runs during the marathons.
Slap City sounds really funny.
It was really cute. It was the same makers of It'll Do, which I think was one of the games that you hosted before. So we had that. We had, gosh, what else did we had MK Cyborg playing. I think it was called Yukiyomi 3 Considerate. Which is like a silly puzzly game. Kind of reminds me of a game we had in our marathon most recently called Mom Hid My Game. But basically, you're just trying to either be really nice to people or really rude to people, and it's kind of up to you.
So either be from the West Coast or the East Coast. Got it.
That's a good way of thinking about it, I think. Yeah.
What was it? The saying is
missed.
West Coast people are kind but not nice. East Coast people are nice but not kind.
I think that's right, yeah. Kukiyomi, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly the name. And then we had a couple indie games from Heppenwana, Elekhead, and a full run-through of the Love trilogy, which was cool. And then we had Legend of Mana HD remaster. We had a 6-hour run of that last night, which was very cool. It was a special category. It was all events. So there's like an all bosses. Shoot, I screwed this up. I'm just gonna do this.
I have to say, as someone who's done a 19-hour stream not once but twice at this point, like, I don't think I could. I have done 6-hour streams without intending to, where it's like, oh, I want to stream for 4 hours, and then but it ends up being 6 hours because of stuff that I get caught up in. I don't think I could ever sit down and say, I am explicitly going to stream for 6 to 8 hours, because it feels like the middle ground of, you spent way too much time on this stream, but you're not going to go the full distance. Like, I'll do 4, I'll do 3, or I'll do like 12 to 18, but I'm not going to just do 8.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, for me personally, this is by far the longest game I've ever run. I've run Bug Fables before. I know you know that game really well too, which is about 3 hours. But yeah, jumping from 3 hours to 5 hours with, frankly, not very much of a break. There's no unskippable cutscenes in this game. I am here for better or for worse in my chair the entire time. So, but yeah, we've got a couple long runs in this marathon. We've also got coming up tomorrow. I believe we're gonna have Pokemon, the new Pokemon game. We've got later on today. We've got Halo Infinite, which I know you saw. We've got a friend of mine, Otter Sparks, is actually doing their first ever marathon run right after this, playing another kind of furry-inspired game called Tales of Iron, I believe is what it's called.
It looks like it's I just checked it out on Steam. It looks like it's a side scroller RPG Souls game.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Man, I'm just trying to. I'm treading water here on my SP. This is what happens when you put Sheena in the cockpit instead of in the passenger seat. Is you feel like you had all this SP and then suddenly it just like dries up because you're not getting like that passive back all the time. So I really only made one little tactical error in there, but we're getting back on track here. Yeah, a lot of good games tonight, a bunch of good games tomorrow. We got Super Monkey Ball, good runners tomorrow. We got Metroid Dread tomorrow. Rolled Out, Peakman, another Metroid randomizer that was a new randomizer that came out this year from all from really good runners. So we really appreciate everybody who submitted to the marathon for this best of 2021. This was kind of my brainchild a few months ago. It's actually something I wanted to do last year, but due to life circumstances, it just really wasn't feasible. But the idea of doing like a year-end retrospective has always been kind of appealing to me as a showcase. And the fact that we were able to get 36 hours worth of runs out of people on a holiday weekend, of all things, you know, you would think people would have, well, I shouldn't say this as we're in the middle of a pandemic, but I was assuming a lot of people would have plans and maybe not be able to devote time to this, but the reception has just been incredible. So thank you very much to everybody who wanted to take part and everybody here watching and everything else. Check out the full schedule. Use the command ! Schedule in the chat so that you get that. And yeah, we're doing all day today. We're doing all day tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of really good games. So,
do we already have dates for the next official Fastest Furs event, the Spring Spectacular?
No, we don't have a weekend picked out. It'll be Spring Spectacular again. We do not have a weekend picked out, but it'll likely be in early May. If I was to, not to be confused with May, who is in the tank here, but yeah, it'll likely be in early May.
Then Mel turned the cannon. Okay, it can no longer be in May.
Yeah, we may have to postpone that. May's availability is looking a little shaky at this point. All right, here comes the drill. I don't like this.
Unfortunately, unlike May, these dates cannot be very liquid.
Oh my gosh. This is a tricky fight, and unfortunately, because of what I had to do with Borin earlier, I didn't really get the sequencing exactly how I wanted it, so I'm kind of winging it at this point, but we'll see how this goes. I want to get Flame on this thing is what I want, so hopefully between these next two turns I will do that. Come on, Gene. I believe in your 40%. Don't let me down. Dang it, you let me down. So we'll see about injuries here. If they get injured, it's not a big deal, because I'll just rest after this. And it's not going to get another drill attack off. That I can tell you right now. So. Okay. Bum, 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 bum.
God, this game is so visually pretty!
I know, and the music is just so good too.
I feel like this game is gonna get me into... Don't we have the Advance Wars remake coming out this year? I believe...
I think so, yeah, that sounds right.
It's called like Advance Wars Reboot or Boot Camp or something like that. But playing... I only remember the battle system of Advance Wars, because I never actually played it myself, but I saw like guides and stuff like that. But playing this game has made me realize I might want to play the Advance Wars remake when it comes out, just to have more of this type of battle system. Yeah,
it's definitely got that kind of feel to it as well. So Yeah, but like there's a lot of good games like this. I think this one is unique in the way it just kind of blends certain genres together. But yeah, there's a lot of games like this out there.
God, I hope this gets a
All
sequel. I know that
Me too.
the financing may not make it possible. I really don't want a repeat of what happened with stuff like Mega Man Legends 3, but I want to know more about these characters. I want to know more about this world, and
Yeah,
the trailer for the potential sequel kind of hinted at it being like even more story driven. Like,
Yeah.
this is a game where things more so happen and the characters react. There's not a
Yeah.
lot of the characters doing things; it's them reacting to the things that happen to them. But
Yeah.
the sequel seems like they would be the ones enacting the adventure, going out and actively doing things. And I would love to see that now that I understand these characters and their personalities.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I feel the same way.
God, like, I mean, just heavy theory crafting, but imagine if, like, they ended up going their separate ways after the events of this first game, and so in the second game, you have all of these different slices where you visit different parts of the region. Of course, the islands are split up, obviously, and it's just, like, different groups of kids. So maybe it's, like, Malt, Hannah, and May in one, and then it's Brits and Sheena in the other. And as you jump to these different sections, you have to specialize using those characters. And then obviously you recruit different new kids throughout the game. So
Yeah.
eventually the gang all gets back together, but that's not until like very close to the end of the main story.
That would be incredibly cool. Yeah. Advanced Wars and Sola Torobo have a baby. That's kind of what this game is, yeah. All right, so we got through that. We got a little bit of a delay at the end there, just because Hack was missing a little bit, and I didn't have my Born ready to go right out of the gate. But other than that, it's fine. And then there's some character in the middle. I don't know who that is. I think they just snuck onto the tank. All right, so that was chapter 6. So in terms of the number of chapters, we are halfway through the run. In terms of time, we are not, but we're making good progress here. We're making our way deeper into Burman territory. And this chapter has my favorite background art, which is the upside down dogs.
Ah, yes.
Or the
I'm
upside
sorry.
down wolves, I'm sorry.
Chat, right dog upside down. Not back, upside down.
Yes. The land of the gods. Okay. Oh, who got depressed this? Oh, I know who's depressed. Yeah, I actually need to deal with that.
That's the other unexpected thing that I love about this game is how, I mean, we could get like really deep and metaphysical about the mentality that this game instills in you, but the fact that when you're in like the second or the last the second half or the last third of the game, that you have this mental capacity of, all right, who got depressed this time? How do I fix it so I can send them back into battle? Like,
Yep.
when did we become like this? Why are we like this?
Yep. We will not explore those ruins because there's nothing in there that we need. When I get to chapter 8, there is a ruins that I will go into again, and that is what will get me over the hump. I talked about this a little bit earlier, that I currently do not have the ability to get past level 5 on my my weapon upgrades and the tank upgrades, but that will change next chapter. So this is kind of a scary chapter. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in this chapter too, because these kind of well, they're basically gas. They're using chemical warfare here on the bottom, and they can inflict depression, which is really, really bad news. So if I get the wrong child depressed at the wrong time, it basically takes all my primary ways of dealing damage off the table, and I have to resort to a lot of backup strats, which are going to be a lot slower. So hopefully
That's
we won't
right.
have to deal with any of that.
You have to be efficient with how you depress children.
They are ruthlessly efficient at times. Yep. All right. So this one, I think I can get flame on that one on the left. Yeah, 100% of the time. So we're going to do that first. So he's just going to take a lot of damage from that now. And he's got 5 armor, so it doesn't really care about that. There we go. Man, if this was a marathon run, there'd be so much time to read donations, but alas.
I know. I've had to fight the urge
Yeah.
so hard from helping out you guys to be like, so do we have any new donations in? You know, what incentives are we working on? My speedrun brain is in full run mode right now.
Yeah, yep, that's very true. I should have done something different there, but it's okay.
This is probably the worst time to say greetings from Germany.
No. Oh, you're not wrong. Oh my gosh. Greetings from Germany.
Greetings from Germany. This game is a blast. I'm so glad to know that most of these events aren't canon. Figured I'd take my shot at hitting this next incentive.
Oh my.
Let's see that donation total blow up.
No. Oh my goodness. Good stuff.
Oh, who did we melt in the last chapter? Did we get the puns going?
Nobody yet. We will use the soul cannon again in this chapter because this is the
Okay.
Blutwurst. This is the chapter with the mad scientist
Okay.
who is very awful and evil and definitely worth using the soul cannon on. Talking about somebody who's depressing. Okay. Abs.
Abs. Absolutely amazing.
Get all my health back here. I'm still going to be hurting for SP for a little bit.
I just like saying HP and SP, but only using the letters, so it's sp and sp.
Yeah. Running low on sp over here.
It's just so funny. Just sp.
Yeah.
You're so close to saying an actual word, and then you just stop
It
yourself.
just stops abruptly. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for making it worth being up at 9 a.m. on a Saturday on New Year's Day.
I am so glad you were able to make it, and I would have completely understood if you had not been able to for any number of reasons, so
Nah,
I'm just glad you're here and you're having fun.
I love you guys. I love this community, and I love this game. So it was pretty much a given. I already had the alarm set on my phone, like, before I even started stream yesterday.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I'm really glad that you're here.
And if you try
And
to...
I do want to play this game in actual charity marathons too in the future. So we'll have there's a lot still. This is not just a 2021 game for me. I plan on running this quite a ways into the future. So
If it meant I got to do it at GDQ, I would absolutely learn to speedrun this game. Like, I would try and convince people to speedrun this game so we could get it in more marathons, not just fastest furs as well. Just to get those eyes on it.
if I would love that too. I would definitely never expect this game to get into a GDQ based solely on the length.
Oh yeah, just because.
But
like,
I do think there's a lot of really good marathons for this game. So
for sure.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's just a fact of life. It is not anything against GDQ, but
No, I agree with that. But if you're gonna
if
do
your
a
game doesn't
6-hour
start
run-
with an F and end in Antasy, it's probably not going to be accepted as a 5-hour run. It's just how
Or-
it goes. So
or have WW as the shorthand for its subtitle.
yeah. Although to be fair, they've accepted some different stuff lately. It's been really cool seeing the Golden Sun games get their time in the sun, I guess, so to speak. So
No,
really
just
cool.
just tell them my game does have FF, and then when you bring it in, say that's right, French furries.
There you go. It's Fuga.
I just thought of a terrible
Oh, that
one.
fight was so sad.
When we melted socks, I should have said socks re bleu.
That's funny. All right, we got Brits. This is actually the last character in the game, so
I can imagine the French saying that. Oh, we got Brits, and the British just come in like, "What? You don't want us here?" Ah, we got Brits.
we got Britsed. Yeah, Brits is great. He is an immediate. So we've been struggling with Sheena this whole time, trying to keep our SP up because she really is the best option for the armor stripping. But Brits is now the best option for armor stripping, and it works out really well for the support as well. So they are going to be best friends now, Brits and Sheena. Although fittingly that works because they were actually best friends before this too. So it all works out. I did this wrong. Okay, I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I wanted this to be Borin and Jean, and instead I did this, so. Okay, good. He just did a normal attack. These are the really terrifying enemies because they can use depression gas on you. Ba-bum.
The other slight adjustment that I think is really cool. I don't know if it does it for the armor, but I know that as the guns upgrade, it changes their looks as well.
Yeah, the color on the outside changes, and they get more like ornamental, I guess is how I would describe it. It's very cool though, you're right.
Towards the end, they kind of make me think of like Amnesia: The Dark Descent with like all of the extra light bulb attachments that they have on them.
Oh, cool, yeah. Yep. I can see that. I think it's fun that they kind of follow like the precious metals system, like they changed from bronze to silver to presumably gold. I don't know if I've ever gotten them to the point where they were gold before, but I think they turned to gold.
And then like otherworldly adamantite.
Yes. Oh yeah, maybe that's why I was thinking about. Yeah, they get very very blingy for sure. Okay, what do I want to do here? Actually, yeah, this isn't gonna work. I need to just leave this. Okay. Just burning energy here. Oh, well, that was extra rude, getting Jean delayed. All right, here comes the depression gas. Please don't hit anyone. Okay, good. Although I think after this fight I get an intermission, so this wouldn't have been the worst thing ever, but it still would have been annoying.
Hello, depression, my old friend. You've come to take my skills again.
Ugh. I mean, it's actually a pretty interesting thing just in the context of the game that they chose to... Like, one of the really interesting things about this game is this is a really heavy story, and they don't really pull punches with some of the aspects of that, but it's all very believable. And you know, I don't like being the word depression kind of being thrown around in video games and things like that, but in this case it absolutely seems justified in like calling it that and having the effects be what they are and all of those sorts of things. So
doesn't it like showcase like active human experimentation and then describe how like some of the people had just withered away from having so much of their life force drained from them?
Yeah, there's some of that too. There's a lot of awful things that these people do, so. Alright, we're gonna make Brits and Sheena be friends right away here. And they knew each other because they were in the prison camp together. So they get a little bit of a head start that way. Brits is interesting. We'll talk about this a little bit more later. Oops, Sheena is the hardest one for me to pick the right answers to. I don't know what's going on in that little cat brain. But so Brits is if you play the game normally and you're not paying attention, and you don't take time to invest in Britz's social skills, he ends up leaving the party at some point, and I won't say why or how or what that means or whatever, but you can keep him from leaving by getting him to be friendly enough with the members of the crew. So in order to make sure that he doesn't permanently leave, we are going to make sure that he gets to be social level 10 with 2 different characters. It's going to be Sheena and Jean. And then he has to be level 2 with somebody else. And as long as we do that, he will come back for the end of the game. Which is good, because he's really useful.
Did they ever figure out what the actual trigger for that was? Because I know that the community accepted one was that he has to be level 2 with everyone else on the tank, which would imply about, I forget how many kids there are. It seems like 11 levels or something like that. But you just said being level 10 with 2 people and then level 2 with someone else, which is 19 total levels. So
yeah, when I originally did, I don't know what the exact calculation is. I'm not sure if it is known at some point. When I did my casual playthrough, I was also under the impression that it was rank 2 with everybody. So that's what I did when I did my casual playthrough, and I wanted to make sure I got good ending. But when I was reviewing the way the speedrun works, it was published that it was 10, 10, and 2, and it totally works. So
interesting.
So that is probably the bare minimum.
I'm wondering if it's just a flat that he needs to gain. Oh, that's weird. Maybe there's multiple triggers, or maybe he just needs to raise his social link 12 times, like among the party.
Yeah, it's got to be something like that. Also, please don't kill me. Playing this a little fast and loose here. Okay, I can deal with Afraid. Afraid is not a big deal. Do need to heal, though. But yeah, that's how it works. And I'm not totally sure on, in the background anyway, what the game is actually looking at, but that does work. So for anybody who wants to get Brits to stick around, you can either do, because I can confirm that from my casual playthrough, you can either do level 2 with all the characters, or you can do 10, 10, and 2, and they both work. He can't leave if he's been stuffed in the soul cannon. That's a good point, Firebird. You get the thinking award for that one. We're going to put Jean back in here, and then I want Born going second, and I really hope I have enough SP for this, because I didn't check first. I do not. Oh, no, I'm going to be 1 short. Darn it.
Oh, that's the worst. I feel so bad.
I'll use his Link attack, because I'm using the Soul Cannon this chapter, so that's fine. This would be a really, really bad fight to get, really bad point to get Depression in, because I just had an intermission. And I would not be able to cure it until the next intermission. He does leave just in a 4th of July kind of way.
He becomes the New Year firework.
You shoot him out of the soul cannon. It's like, no, wait, come back. I didn't mean it. All right, there's some energy. I knew that was coming up. Winning with that sass, yep. It's a little bit of sass goes a long way. Alright, after this fight I get health, which is good. Actually, I get both. And I'm actually going to swap them back for next time. So between Born and Jean, I think we'll be okay here. We'll get the delay here too, which is good. Man, if Chick got an AoE attack earlier... Because the cool thing about these two especially is if you flip them around, because you're already going to get social rank 10 for Chick's support ability that lowers the SP cost, but Hacks is bonus damage to skill attacks. So if Chick got really good skill attacks, you could flip them around and it would also be incredibly useful. So
does using his normal attack cancel the burning trigger effect, or
Yes.
just using it? Oh, that's unfortunate.
even using an item does. So
Jesus.
it's very prohibitive. Yeah, the pairs that I've got now, it's kind of how I'm going to roll for a lot of the rest of the game here, so... okay, so we do get this. Just going to use this now so it can start refreshing. In case I get a chance to use it again before the final boss.
Doing massive AoE damage with full power link attacks is so nice.
Yeah. Oh, he's got Black Grenade now too. That's his stronger AoE now. He must have just learned that, so. But I still want Brits in there first because he's faster and it'll give me more options here for when I want to swap my party. After this fight, or after this attack, I can swap.
I can't unsee now that the buttons along the bottom say Bay.
Nice. Do that for now, because I won't need it to do that, and then, yeah. I'm using Sheena as an SP battery again. Not quite to rank 10, but still getting back +2 is really good when I do a normal attack, so... Get some more items, rolling down the track here. Probably got a handful more fights here. But so far this chapter has been okay. User error notwithstanding. This tank gets a little bit unwieldy at times. Bum, bum, bum. But yeah, Gina's just so good in... Oh, I don't even need to swap, actually. Jean just gets so good in this chapter. Got to keep these guys from... These gas enemies from getting their attacks off, and he's just perfect for that, so... Alright, so this is going to be another one where... This time I want Born to go first because there's flying enemies. I'm not going to run out of SP for once. Let's go. Uh-oh. I'm at full health. Don't do it. Okay, good. So far, I have avoided depression. Very important for a proper speed run.
Wait,
and just life in general, really.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. All right, so 1 and then energy and then 2, and then we will be rolling up to the chapter boss. So this is going fine. Gonna have to use. I think I'm gonna have to use 1 more energy cell here to get through this battle, but could be worse. Come on, there we go. Game really brings out the black comedy. I mean, it's a very dark game when you kind of think about it. It's not a lot to be happy about if you're in that tank.
Oh, you got your solid state drive though. Let's go.
Oh, nice, yeah.
The prize asks for combat. Oh, my favorite thing with these tanks was using Jin and using what was it, smoke mine or whatever it is?
Yeah, yeah. I know which ones you're talking about.
It only hits the black ground. There you go. It only hits ground enemies, but it's chunky. It gives them smoke effect. It's so nice.
It's so good. Yeah, Gene just learned that, which is fantastic. Sure. Oh, you didn't finish one of them off. I'm disappointed in that decision now. That one's on me. Yeah, for whatever reason, these top enemies, fire will always stick to them. So,
well, I imagine when they're spinning their gears that quickly, it only takes one piece of the chassis to be out of alignment for the sparks to fly.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
It's okay. Boron fixes everything by breaking it.
Was the Band-Aid in a funny spot? On Fritz's... Was his... What, did he have an ear bandage? On his head. Flop ear crew checking in. Represent. Got the nice mix of the pointy ears and the flop ears on this crew.
Flop ear supremacy.
Pretty good. Pretty good ears. Alright, so I need to have Brits finish talking to everybody. I think Sheena's on the roof, if I remember right. Go ahead and take care of that injury. Yeah, the character you always want to talk to is on the roof. But in this case, it's actually fine because... there's a mechanic called laundry, which I haven't really been using. I think that's the only time I'm going to use it in the run. But it's basically like free social points that you get during the last intermission of any chapter after the first one. Maybe the last one. But that got me some nice free SP there. And I was already headed up here to the roof anyway, because that's where Sheena was, so... Yeah, it's Brits. Fritz is the cat.
Think F for feline or B for bork.
For bark. Did I just run? Oh no, I'm on the wrong level. I'm looking for Jean now because I need to talk to Jean. There we go.
I really like the design of his facial expression.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, some of the clothing designs in this game are insane. Like, for general hacks is so nice. The problem being, you're never going to see anyone drawing fan art of it unless it's explicitly like just that character or to honor that game because of the connotations of that clothing.
Yeah, that is very true. And I actually think it's kind of an interesting decision that they made to, like, Brits is, like, let's just say it, Brits is wearing like a Nazi armband. I mean, that's the uniform that he escaped with. So
That's true.
but it doesn't. The game does not. Game is not about that. I'll just put it that way. Okay, so we had a very, very productive intermission here. I like how Hack is just there doing squats and sweating his face off. He's like trying to impress. He's clearly trying to impress Gene, Big Brother Gene. There. All right, so this is the end of chapter 7. This is actually, when you play this game casually, this is a very difficult boss fight. This is the Blutwurst boss fight.
It's Blutwurst.
Blutwurst, yes. So the interesting thing about this character, in addition to just being an evil scientist, he's also a cat who is dressed up as a dog. So, make of that what you will. But he has some very scary attacks.
He also literally cheats because this whole time,
yeah.
the game, we're not going to see it because we're not going to be doing the battle long enough. But throughout the game up to this point, these bigger cannons have been like preparing you. They're like, okay, when we charge up, we have 2 turns left. We have 1 turn left. Yep. He does the same thing where he does a 3-turn charge. Then it says 2 turns left. And then there's a chance, I think it's like a 50% chance that when there's 1 turn left, it says...
He missed again. Oh my gosh. This guy is being awful. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. There is like a 50... Oh, I just saw the miss. Anyway, I forgot about the delay. There's like a 50% chance that when there's a 1 turn left on the charge, that it'll go, actually, no, now. And he just skips ahead and uses the skill early. And most people are like not going to be defending because they're expecting that they have 2 more turns. And it just rips through your party and causes like fear or depression on like everyone on the front lines. It's awful.
Yeah, he got me with it once in one of my playthroughs. Hopefully he won't miss again, and then... Okay, now I'm in Soul Cannon range. Perfect. We will be sacrificing that one character that we have never used, and I don't remember what her name is, but anyway, red-haired girl, get in the Soul Cannon.
I'm trying to think. This is why no one wants to keep her around, is it's not even easy to make a pun using her name.
She got Wappa's coming to her.
I can see why you would use her in the Soul Cannon, because its power is quite a Wappa.
She really packs a
Wap punch.
Yes. She just became a Wappen of cat destruction, maybe? Wow, that fight was sad.
I'd want to make a Ginger joke about no souls, but that would mean the Soul Cannon would get no power.
That would be quite the twist. So they liberate this prison camp, and they actually find Sheena's mom and sister here. So that's nice.
Oh yeah, and by the way, some of you might be like, "Well, wait a second. What if we melted the person who has a specific cutscene or a specific dialogue coming up?" Well, they actually created alternate dialogue for the other characters to discuss. So, for example, if you melt Sheena before you find Brits, then instead of Brits meeting up with Sheena, the characters recall Sheena telling them about something that sounded like Brits.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of contingency that I'm sure they had to account for. We talked about the one thing earlier where the the characters will get blacked out in the cutscenes. You'll see that a couple times later on, but yeah, like if it's like character specific and then that character is just gone, what happens then? And yeah, there's a couple different ways that they work with that. I have to talk to Gene, and of course he is on the roof. Thanks, Gene. So anyway, yeah, just a little more social building. This is the last of these kind of things. Because again, we need to make sure Brits comes back later. And this does also just net him a bunch of XP too, which is really nice. His attack is a lot. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but you know, in addition to Sheena just being a much better support character than a main character, Brits' attack is significantly higher than hers.
Mm.
So,
and the fact that he has the ability to inflict shock as well.
Yeah, although we don't really use him for that, but again, this run is still new. It's definitely possible that there are utilizations for a lot of this kind of stuff out there that haven't been sorted out yet, but all right. So we are done with Brits and Jean, which is interesting. They shouldn't really like each other. Jean hates all Burmans, and
that was the part that threw me for a loop, is we know that one of the triggers to keep Brits around is to have him at level 2 with everybody else on the tank. But like, literally, with the exception of Sheena, everyone's first cutscene is them telling them how much they don't trust them, how they hate them. Kyle's is like, I'm gonna figure you out, and I'm gonna destroy you from the inside. And Jin is like, I want nothing to do with you. I want to kill you and everyone that you associate with. And just imagining that you leave it there, and Brits is like, I feel safe here. I want to help these people.
Yeah. It's definitely awkward times. Like the in the chapter cutscenes for the next few chapters are all basically just like, okay, what the heck, Brits screwed something up, you know. Everybody be suspicious of Brits. That's like the next 3 chapters.
An enemy has found us. Blame it on the dog. Soda machine that doesn't work. Blame it on the dog.
Exactly. I don't think I can upgrade anything yet. I'm just going to go quick peek at it before I go back. Yeah, okay. All right, so we should be all done with social stuff now. If I have to have 2 characters talk to each other anymore, it's because one of them's depressed. And we're sorting that out, so...
If this were a larger budget game, I would wonder if there was a unique ending, if all of the cat children survive, but none of the dog kids, or vice versa.
If nothing else, you should get like an achievement for that. That would be cool.
Like, achievement for every dog has its day, or versus feline fine.
Yeah, there you go. They would do like a 9 lives thing, probably. Cat person, yeah.
Nothing personal. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, either all dogs go to heaven, or nothing.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, that's so good.
That is really, really good.
All dogs go to heaven. That's terrible! That's so good!
It's so good. I'll allow it. Alright, and Born is already up to level 26, so I mentioned this probably about an hour ago, but we are really wanting to get him to level 30, because that's when he learns his best attack that we will use during the run, so... We're getting there, slowly but surely.
I'm surprised you've gotten abs, you've gotten the butt one, you've gotten sass, but I haven't seen you get Super Smash Brothers yet.
I don't think so. I don't know if I have. You said I got SSD.
Yes, we did. Yep.
Yeah. Gotta keep an eye out.
Don't get CBS. You'll be biased.
All right.
Fights like this just would overwhelm me, because they have so many delay counters, and they have armor, and they're so tanky. Why?
I mean, the game kind of presents itself that way to you when you get into some of these more complicated fights. It's like, okay, well, what's the highest priority thing here that I need to get rid of? Yeah, it's definitely a tricky thing to manage, but
can't wait.
But also sometimes it just doesn't matter. I don't know.
Can't wait for someone to do the no damage run, where if they take any damage, they have to restart the run.
That would never happen.
Maybe it's
Is that
possible.
French dialogue I see? Olvin, yes, this game, one of the 2 languages of this game is French and Japanese, actually.
And I believe French is actually the native. You have to switch to the Japanese.
Yep. We are also headed towards Parisia, which is definitely does not have an Eiffel Tower of any kind in it.
It's the Eiffel Tower.
Yes. The Fievel Tower.
The Fievel Tower. Dude, the only Fievel movie I ever saw was Fievel Goes West. I have not seen the original An American Tail.
Oh, I have not seen those movies in a really long time, but they are fantastic movies.
The only line I remember from Fievel Goes West is, "Give him the lazy eye."
Those had their dark moments too. They don't make kids movies like they used to.
Vim, you cannot seriously tell me you were today years old when you figured that out.
It wouldn't be the oddest thing I've heard in relation to this game. There's just so many little details that are not immediately obvious.
What is the oddest thing that you've heard in relation to this game?
Boy, I'd have to think about that for a second. Because I still am finding stuff about this game where it's just like, oh, they snuck that in there. I didn't realize that. I'd have to think about what the most recent one was. But yeah, the Paris thing, I don't think I made the connection the first time I played it.
Parisia sounds like a kind of cheese to me. Like, I would expect someone to ask if I want a wedge of Parisia and to just cut one off onto my plate.
Sounds right, yeah. Alright, let's, that looks good. We'll go with this formation. So this is another one where I really, really want this flame grenade to proc, and unfortunately it did not. So we'll see what happens here. It's going to be a little bit more of a long haul than otherwise. I think these ones have a much higher % chance of getting smoke on them, but I don't... Oh, well that's not going to help either. I'll probably just take him off for now then. If you're not even going to hit, Gene, what are you good for? Wait, you have smoke grenade, don't you? 40% stun. Sure, we'll try that. Well, we got the most minimal of stuns, and why are you... I did not do that right, okay.
Man, RNG is not favoring you on this chapter.
Well, that should be Brits. I don't know. I've accidentally left Sheena in there in the main spot, and I wasn't able to change it out because it hadn't been 3 turns yet. So that's on me, though. All right, we're gonna try Gene again. I'll use a smoke grenade here. Hopefully, this will all miss. Usually, it does not, but. That hit a lot. Okay. Didn't hit everybody, though, so that's good. But yeah. You can take the same fight, and just depending on if the percentages go your way or not, they will vary greatly.
Boron over here like, oh no! My psyche! It's broken!
But he's... It was his psyche, but also his paw bun got stolen.
I want paw buns. Yo,
I know.
I want a chocolate-filled paw bun. Like a croissant. Please. When's the Fuga Cafe? Make it happen,
Yes.
Cyber Connect 2.
Come on, Japan.
That's how you get your money. Just like the Artesia or whatever it is, or Artnia, Final Fantasy Artnia, the cafe. Just open
Yeah.
one for Fuga with themed drinks. The malt moose. Let's go.
You could just literally name the menu after the characters and it would work.
A special tea named after Hannah.
I want the gin macchiato.
A fresh melted pudding named after May. Listen. Call it the Soul Cannon Special, and it's a hot brownie dessert that's shaped like the Soul Cannon, and then you put a glob of ice cream on the top that has the face of one of the children, and you get to
Oh my
watch the ice
gosh.
cream melt onto the brownie over time.
No.
Call it soul food.
Oh no. Okay, I think the joke got there with that. That was pretty great. So all that being said, I can start upgrading stuff again now, which is very exciting. After that temple. Do that.
Oh, I saw that tank die because of the crit. The tank on the left would have survived, but the crit took it out. That's the best! That's always so nice.
You love to see it.
Oh, nice. Random miss. We like those.
Yep. I'm not the only one who can roll a 1.
There we go! There's the Super Smash Brothers.
Oh, nice. We got there.
Now we're just missing...
Frasbright in chat noticed too.
Now we're just missing Bass. Now we need BASS. I don't think that's possible. I think you get an A.
Yeah. They always start with either A or S, generally. Generally speaking. I guess not always, but sure seems like that's the case. Well, I'm only going to get one of these, so I might as well use this one. Need some SP back now. Pronto.
Gotta get that sp...
Yes, my sp... my store of sp... has gotten dangerously low.
Oh, triple miss. I love that.
But, like, this is... Sheena's just absolutely rocking it right now. I've already gotten back, 9 sp... Just doing normal attacks with Brits during this fight.
Probably my favorite part of New Game Plus Sheena was using the ability that blocks attacks under a certain... I think it's if it's less than 10% of your base HP.
Oh,
and
yeah.
just completely no-selling Flam's 9-hit attack.
Yeah. Yeah, because when it's like a low hit like that totally makes sense.
It completely nullifies multi-hits because they do so little damage.
Yep. Alright, let's get this team going, and... Ooh, Boren's got his hero mode active. That's exciting. This guy is gonna get delayed for no reason a lot because of this hero mode. Oh, and we got the flame to proc on this one. Nice. We might see him die to raising the cannon on this one. No, he's never mind. He's gonna be dead way before that. I take that back. All right, I'm finally gonna get to upgrade stuff here. This is exciting.
Sboobs.
Oh yeah, his last name is Million. That's right. Well, I want to say there's like a Chinese food dish that's got million in it, but I could be wrong. Might be misremembering that. Exciting news, everyone. Bourne found his paw bun.
Million-year-old
Oh, I can
egg.
actually...
no!
no,
Mashu Kitty, no! After learning about how they make century eggs or millennium eggs, absolutely not.
That's too much. Alright, Bourne is also just going to get so much XP from doing all these upgrades, so... Hopefully we won't fail any of them.
Well,
As soon as I said it!
I was gonna say, now that you jinxed it...
I totally jinxed it.
It's because you tried to upgrade something besides the cannon. This is a cannon run, man. You already
Oh my
said
gosh, the machine gun failed twice. So bad. Alright. Bourne doesn't have the delicate appendages needed to work on the machine guns, clearly. So the logjam just broke on all of those upgrades now, which is just going to make the rest of the run a lot more straightforward now. I should not have to do nearly as much resource management, which is good. Especially since I kind of frankly failed on that front a couple times in this run, so... Not to be too hard on myself or anything, but definitely fumbled a few things. I'm under the impression they taste very strong. I don't want to say they taste bad, but I've had like some sort of preserved egg before, and I don't remember it. It was a very strong flavor. Just speaking for myself. No, it was like the 100-year egg thing or whatever you were calling it. You were talking about before. That is definitely what it was. Oh man, I'm really behind right now. Don't know why. Century, yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure I had. Actually, I'm watching my splits. Maybe I'm not as far behind as I think. But you can see now the big cannons are bronze, and that machine gun is still basic. Awful. We'll get it next time. I got plenty more chances to upgrade that now. Alright, 2 more fights, and then we are to the Chapter 8 boss. The Chapter 8 boss is a couple of copters. And I'm gonna regret not having Bourne's Link attack queued up, but hopefully it won't matter that much. Maybe if I can get the other one to stick, it will be better. Very, very close to Megaton Blast, too, which will also help. I should have it by the time I get to the boss fight. Excuse me. Last fight here. What is... Oh, I thought this one was something else. Okay. So I want this to be Jean. And then start getting to work on these other ones. That was a little better than I thought it was going to be. I should have attacked just the other guy. Okay. And then, yeah, we'll be on to the boss fight here. Oh, my SP! Well, okay. Well, I can swap here then. Just when I said I was almost out of the woods on these SP issues. Guess not.
You really have got to stop jinxing yourself.
I know, I know. You know what it is? It's just Gene's so good. Boren's accuracy is still incredibly good, so I'm not too worried about that.
Mm-hmm.
He might miss now, but I don't think he will still. Jinxing myself again. It's great.
You'll learn.
I know. Bad speedrunner. Alright. Abs. Alright, so I'm going to get Megaton Blast during this intermission, so that'll be good. And then the next boss fight, it's like a perfect fight for it, because it is 2 flying enemies that Hack has a really hard time hitting, even with Burning Trigger. And Megaton Blast will not miss. Okay. Get back to work, Boren. There we go. And then how, like, to what level you can get these later on is a little bit dependent on what jobs, what drops and stuff you've been getting. So that's actually pretty good. And then we'll just go back to battle. So I only had 4 AP left, and I can't do anything with that, so... Alright, so first thing I'm going to do here, since I've got this queued up, is we're going to go ahead and get my party set here for a couple rounds. That looks good. Take out some of the armor on these. And then hopefully I can get flame on them here. That would be really nice. That did not happen. That's okay. Alright. Now we just start blasting them. We'll get Hack back in here at a certain point too, but it's going to be a lot of Megaton blasting. Orange would have been really nice if I still had his Link attack, because it actually gets rid of armor, and them both starting with 3 armor is kind of annoying. I'll get a nice SP recovery at some point here from Brits and Sheena's Link attack too, so... Nice. Ooh, he has a 40% chance to stun. Let's give it a shot. Because I do want to... Oh, we got it. Okay. That is big. Stun is basically like an indefinite delay. So he's just going to sit there and not do anything for a while, which is perfect for me. No soul can in this fight. We are doing it. I'm just going to go ahead and use a great repair kit because I have plenty of those. And I think this is a good time to use this Link attack and refill my SP here a little bit too. Yep, sure was. We'll get Hack back in here in a second now that all the shields are gone, and we just start taking these two out. And I'm actually... Yeah, I'll leave Brits in, actually. That's fine. The only thing I might have wanted to do there is it probably would have been better... Ooh, that's nice. Extra damage. Extra free damage. I might have wanted to move Borin up sooner to do another Megaton Blast, because I'm pretty sure this red one is going to die to another Megaton Blast. But if I had done that, I would have missed on these reinforcements that he just called, so this isn't the worst thing to have things kind of work out this way, because now I can just take everything out in one shot. Because he was going to do this anyway, so... Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum. Well, almost took him out in one shot.
Oh, who's our lucky winner today?
For the Soul Cannon?
Yeah.
Not this fight. This is a
Oh, this is the other one. Okay.
We're fighting fair in this one. There will be much Soul Cannon to come, though.
So after you, I guess I misinterpreted. So after you use the Soul Cannon for the first time, it doesn't suddenly turn into a run where you're using it on every boss. It depends on. Oh.
Yeah, you have to budget your Soul Cannon over the course of the run, because I need to go into the final chapter with 7 children. Well, 6 plus Brits, because Brits leaves, so... during the chapter where Brits is gone, I need to have 6 other characters.
Oh, because you still need to have the power output to actually finish the last fight. That makes sense.
Yep, and the support, the duo stuff is just so powerful that you can't, like, short yourself there. They're all useful, so... Alright, well, we're doing good. We're moving on to chapter 9. We got our upgrades going again. I love how... I didn't notice, so you asked me earlier about like stuff that I noticed as I was playing along. It did not occur to me for quite a while that all of the regions were named after different breeds of dog. Because some of them are more obvious than others, and it took me a while to be like, oh, that's also a dog. Oh, that's also a dog.
Oh, like the different lands that you can look through at the periscope with?
Yeah, or just like you go to a different region in each chapter, and they're all named after a different type of dog.
I did not know that. That is so cool.
Yep, they are all dog.
How is this game not doing better than it currently is?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. All right, I can't upgrade anything, unfortunately, so we're just going to go sleep. So much sleeping. You figured it out, Laza Opso. I think the first one where I was like, oh, that's a dog. It was, I think the next one is called Malamute. So I think that was the first one where I realized that was the case.
Yeah. Everyone has that that one word or that one moment where it's like, wait a second.
I know that dog.
I know that dog.
Yeah. Like the meme where he's like, gets up off the couch and points at the screen. That was me with the Malamute whatevers. Lame on. I'm impressed if you knew Lhasa Apso, just saying.
I did not.
Nothing against Lhasa Apsos, but not a lot of Lhasa Apso furries running around out there, I'll just say that.
Why not just call them terriers? That's basically what they are.
Your brother had one? Okay. That makes sense. I might as well have Hack get another whack in while I'm in here.
When they're grown up, they're Lhasa Apsos, but when they're still babies, they just make Lhasa Oopsies.
Lhasa oopsies. And then when they get too old, they're Lhasa obsolete.
Ah! Oh,
Malamute is
better.
a cookie, right?
You're getting better, Moonblaze. That was good.
I gotta, I gotta level up my hosting skills and puns
Make,
and
make a 4-panel
little
comic
quips.
featuring them. Make a 4-panel comic featuring them, and then go, is this Lhasa?
Oh, I thought I saw, that was weird. I thought I saw Sheena in my party, but it was just my eyes playing tricks on me there. So anyway, Megaton Blast, that's pretty great.
Boof.
They're Lhasa upset.
The only thing I'm heathen is this child into the Soul Cannon reactor, Vim. I think I got Sheena's skill that has a chance of completely erasing the enemy's armor to work once. And it was the first
That was
time
a fun one to play with, yeah.
It was the first time that I used it, and then never again did it work.
Well, better to have
Loved and lost.
loved and lost than never loved at all.
No, it's better
You
to have
made those tanks naked. That's how much they loved you.
better to have loved and lost us. Lost us.
If this game took place in India, it could be a mango Lhasa Apso.
Ooh, that sounds good.
So interestingly, we just really don't have to worry about the tanks too much anymore, because we just do enough damage that they don't really matter. Because when you do the tank boss fight, it's just absolutely terrifying. And I think there might be one fight where there's 2 tanks, but even that one they don't go off. Did you leave a milkshake out there, babbling branches, and bring all the cats to the yard? Oh, right. This is one of the spots. So in my notes right now, I have doing the. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it live during the run, but I need to figure out what's on the other path for these 2 quote unquote safe routes, because the top path in both of them is these enemies, and these are extremely slow fights. So I want to find out if there's something more killable in the other path. You think cats just really like your backyard because there's a bunch of trees and birds? That makes sense. Cats are simple creatures. Nice crit, Born. Hotbot, you leave those birds alone. They didn't do anything to you. Another crit, wow. I don't know if I've ever killed one of those without it opening up. I probably have, but that seemed excessive. Borin really came to play in that fight. Birds are friends, not food. Unless it's Thanksgiving, then they're food.
There you go.
You don't want to go in the birdie boiler.
See, I'm a simple man. I see purple icon, I go for purple icon. I told myself after the first playthrough, I was like, okay, now that I've seen the hardest route on New Game Plus, I'm gonna do just the easiest route and see how easily I destroy everything. But as soon as that purple icon showed up, I went, okay, but I want to see how much better everyone does now.
Nice.
The colored timers also kind of make me think of Dr. Mario. Like when you see red, yellow, and blue all at the same time.
Yeah,
I immediately
yeah.
start hearing the pop, 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 pop. Match the color to stun the enemy.
Yeah. It's interesting, too, just because the game itself is kind of drab. Like, there's not a lot of strong colors except for those ones. They definitely stand out. Like, even the characters are very... They're pretty washed out. Everything's very, like, brown scale.
It's Call of
Except for
Duty,
Sheena.
man. It's a Call of Duty game.
It's definitely a war zone. Right. I've kind of got all my skills now, so a lot of the combat, at least to me, is probably going to start feeling a little bit more repetitive. Hopefully it isn't going to feel that way to you all, but basically it's just going to be shred shields, use Borin, clean up with hack. Or I guess Jean, depending on the fight, but... Hey, there's a drill. My SP is a little bit low, so I think I'm going to get Jean in here really quick. And we'll let those flying enemies have a turn, that's fine. All about the Megaton Blast. This drill cannot happen. Go ahead and make this Borin and hack, and we should be back on track now. Oh, that helps too. Nice crit. Ghost of Tsushima. Nice. Love it. Did you ever play either of the other games in this series, Sean? Because I've actually put them on my list of games that I want to play now after playing Fuga.
I never got a chance to do Little Tail. Little Tail Bronx is a game, right? Or is that just the franchise name?
So that's the name of the franchise. So the actual two games are Tail Concerto, which I believe is on the PlayStation 1, and then Sola Tarobo.
So Tail Concerto, I haven't had a chance to touch at all. Sola Tarobo, I had someone offer to send me the game, which God bless your soul for trusting me with that, but they didn't follow through on that. But that's part of why I was hoping this would do well enough that CyberConnect would have the funding to consider re-releasing Sola Tarobo, even if it was just a port and not like an update or a remaster.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
But I've heard incredible things about Sola Tarobo, and really the only reason why I didn't get around to buying and playing it back during the DS days was just because it was that magical time of college where I was so focused on studies and keeping my scholarship that if it wasn't a game franchise I was already aware of, I just didn't make time for it.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I didn't play either of them either, so... and I have no excuse. I was probably very deep in an MMO at the time. We'll call it that, but But yeah,
That was
definitely
me.
want to check them out now.
That was me with Maple Story. I was knee deep in trying to hit world first for a new class that was coming out, and I was 100% focused on that when it came out.
I gotcha.
Also, Dragon Nest. I don't know if anyone in this chat ever played Dragon Nest, but that was really fun too. I enjoyed doing the Moon Swordsman class on that. So how generous is this estimate of 515?
It's not amazingly generous. I did get the world record in this a couple of weeks ago, and it's 456. So,
Congrats again on that, by the way.
oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean it was not a game that was being run a whole lot, so I don't want to say it was like a free world record, but it was
No.
definitely very attainable.
It was
and
the
I
same-
fully expect it to be broken too. So.
Oh yeah, that's the exact same mentality that I had towards the Trails Marathon when I did it, where it's like, listen, this is super scuffed. It wasn't focused at all. I expected to be beaten within the month, but every world record has to start somewhere, and it's undeniably you can't deny that it's my record that I held. So I feel the same way for you.
Yeah, for sure. No, and I definitely put the work in to get it to a better place, and so I do feel like I totally earned it.
Yeah.
And I'll be happy to hold on to it for as long as people don't want to challenge me, but at the same time, this game still has so much optimization to be done. I know I've talked about that a couple different times. And there's really only a couple people running it, so if this looks like fun to you, if you want to check it out, I definitely would encourage you to do so. We were just talking about Little Tail Bronx. There's actually a Discord for all of the Little Tail Bronx games. Speedrun wise, I can find a link after the run if anybody else is interested, and you can run this game too. I shied away from it for a little while, even after a couple of casual playthroughs, just because I thought, oh man, it's such a long run, and you're just kind of on the track, and it's just going to be boring, and why would I want to do that? But it really is a great run. You have to think a lot for the entire time. There's never a dull moment, and like I said, there's still a lot of work to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And because I convinced the original moderator to do so, there is now a separate good ending category. So if you don't like putting children in the soul canon, you don't even have to do that anymore.
Oh,
so,
that's nice.
Yeah.
Now, I see it as a win-win situation. Either you get to hold on to that record for a really long time, or you end up kickstarting a leaderboard of sorts of people trying to get the fastest time, and that's going to generate new interest in the game.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I just know how popular this game is among the people that I am kind of like, keep tabs on. And I was fairly surprised it wasn't more interesting as a speedrun game. But, there's always reasons for stuff like that, and it doesn't always have to be that way. So it's still a very new game, but definitely check it out. It's definitely a legit speed game, and it's a lot of fun. So. All right, back to battle. And it's time to be suspicious of Brits again. It's that time of the day.
The national pastime.
Yes. I think the thing that it really drew me to this game too, and it's true of the speedrunning stuff as well, but it's that kind of feeling like the people that are into this game are just super into this game. And I just think that that's a really... I mean that in a good way. Like, the game itself just has so much, like, charm and personality and character that if you like it, you really like it.
It's kind of like people who play the Trails games or Splatoon. Like, I can't think of a single person that doesn't, in the same breath that they say, oh, I play Splatoon, with, hey, do you have Splatoon? We should play sometime.
Yeah. I'm lukewarm on that. Nobody says that. There we go. And yeah, Zephyr, like, the art style is... I mean, it's so good, like... I mean, it's that comic style, but, like, Faris could have made this game for all I knew when I first started playing it. I was actually surprised it was not, like, a very, very indie... Like, it's kind of an indie, but it's kind of not if you know a little bit about CyberConnect and the games that they've made in the past. But yeah, I was very impressed just with the all of the care that really went into it from a design and development side as well. Because I've definitely played indie games where it's like, this game is cool and it's doing something really neat, and I really like that, but it also just doesn't feel like it's all the way there. And this game does not feel that way to me. Lukewarm is my my favorite character in the Trails games. Gritty and still charming. Yeah, that's a really good way of describing this game. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I think the core gameplay probably wouldn't have been that different unless they had different ideas for how to do the battle system. But, like, it's really good at what it is, and I'm glad that it's not... Like, there's enough variety, but I'm glad that it's just kind of self-contained as its own thing. But yeah, just that's a really good way of putting it. There's some incredibly unique ideas in this game. Absolutely. I think I'm leaning on my flame ammo a little bit too much in this run, which is... Again, we talked a little bit about how it's relatively new and still figuring it out, but... It may seem a little bit like a cliche, but the fastest thing that you can do in this game objectively is just hold down A to win. So you can it's very easy to get cute speedrunning this game and just try to, like, oh, if I just do this and, like, that'll, you know, I'll delay these guys and, you know, that'll be really good, and he's really good against these characters, or she's really good against these characters, so I should use her now. And it just kind of, like, doesn't matter that much at the end of the day, honestly. This is a Soul Cannon chapter, so it's time to start using my really good abilities here since I'm towards the end. Thank you for not missing and making me look bad there, Hack. That would have been annoying. Yeah, my original optimization idea for how to make the run better was I was going to make a third bed. Because if you have more than... Every time you do that sleeping action, it is actually this, like, it doesn't split up the XP. Like, the characters get the full XP. So I was like, I'm just going to build a third bed. Like, that's obviously better than 2 beds. And then I realized over the course of doing that, well, then you have to farm, and then you have to actually do the upgrade of the bed, and then every time you want to sleep, you have to pick 3 characters instead of 2. And it's just not worth it when Boren and Hack can basically carry the run, so... But it's funny, like, you kind of assume certain things are going to be faster, and then it's not necessarily the case, so... I do think it might still be a good idea for a good ending, though, which I haven't figured out how I want to do good ending yet, but that might be part of it. Because some of those early bosses get pretty dang scary. Could definitely use a few more levels. Yeah, speedrunning is... The funny thing about speedrunning is... Generally, you want to gravitate towards, like, the most powerful things that you can do, but not at the expense of being efficient and being effective, which I think is the paradox there. That is not the thing that I wanted to do. Oh well. Lost myself burning trigger because I forgot to put. I was going to be putting Chick in there and got to talking about other stuff and kind of forgot. Oh well. These things happen. We'll come back to that. I need to get Jean in here really quick. All right, one down. That guy's... Oh, well, he's on fire now. That'll help. I was going to say he's got a lot of hit points left. A lot of hit points.
Oh. Did we already thank Rex Banner for the gift sub to Zephyr Floofyderg?
I did not see that. Thank you, Rex.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. And I hope everybody's having fun. This is a cool event. Like I was saying earlier, it's sort of just a fun idea that I had a few months ago, and everybody's just been so positive about just showing off new games. And it's just neat that we've gotten Fastest First to the point as well where other speedrunning communities will come and we'll get non-furry runners that will come and want to do their games in our events. And I just think that that is a testament to what we've been able to do here as a group, and it's just so cool. So always makes me feel good.
Honestly, I owe so much to streaming for reintroducing me to like the gaming scene. It hasn't like it hasn't completely changed my genres that I enjoy of games, but just the number of games that I play through in a yearly basis now, or games that I get to experience and try for myself, whether through speedruns like this or just because I need to come up with content for my own stream. I'm so grateful that it's like, in a sense, reinvigorated my love for gaming.
Yeah, and especially the speedrun marathons, I absolutely love them because even though it's speedruns, you can find a game that it's just like, oh, I hadn't heard of that game before, and it just clicks with me, and I want to go play it now. And you just get this amazing variety in a short period of time. And just by its nature, speedrunning tends to skip almost everything about a game except just whatever gets you to progress. So it is entirely possible for you to be like, okay, well, I've just seen everything that happens in the main cutscenes of this game, but I really want to experience the meat of it. I want to do the side quests. I want to learn about the characters. I want to see all the extra bits that you can experience that we didn't get to see in the speedrun, and then that rejuvenates interest in the game in general. Yeah, they tend to be naturally spoiler-free, which is always nice, so...
That's true. That's true. Yeah. You may know what the final boss ends up being, but if you're lucky, you know, the final boss is like a mutated form of some other character, and you don't know who that character originally was. You're like, I'll get to find out slowly.
How did I get here? What is this?
Hi, I'm Malt, and my life is kind of crazy.
Freeze frame. Record scratch.
Right in front of the reactor. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Yeah. Right in front of the soul cannon. Oh, speaking of which, oh, my soul cannon didn't trigger. Okay. This is a soul cannon boss fight, so if anybody has anything nice they want to say about May, this is the time to do so.
Oh my god.
Or little May.
I think 4850 would have been the halfway point, so... You shouldn't have upgraded your health so much, man. Then it would have been easier to get to half.
Yeah, I actually deliberately did not do upgrades during that last intermission. Specifically because it doesn't... If you're just going to use the soul cannon, it doesn't matter, and you want to wait until the next chapter, but... Where are you? Okay. One odd thing about the soul cannon menu, and I haven't screwed this up yet, but I guarantee you I will at some point. There is no confirmation button on the character that you pick that's going into the soul cannon, so you better be damn sure before you which portrait you're on.
I got really
before you
scared.
hit the button. So
I got really scared during my Boron God run that I was gonna misclick and melt Boron with like 3 stages to go.
All this work for nothing. Mayday, mayday. Oh no.
KK already beat me to the Maymery joke.
You know, she had a lot of soul for such a small child.
Oh no.
Also, I just want to point out scoreboard. Soul Cannon 2, Flam 0.
Yeah, but Flam takes a Soul Cannon blast to the face twice and then climbs out of her tank unscathed.
No one is taking Flam out except Flam, which is what happens here. You don't see anything, so... But
Flam is the Smash Brothers player that will just SD her last stock instead of giving you the win.
Yeah. She is a sore loser, I'll put it that way. Hey, Tillerin, how's it going?
Her scream on this scene is so good.
Yeah. Oh, I love the way that she looks in this portrait, too. Alright, so we are up to chapter 10.
That is a you are already dead pose right there.
お前はフレームでいる。何?
Yes. Lhasa Apso. She does the classic Mewtwo King strat. Hey Shasta, I hope you're feeling better today. Alright, so this is the intermission where I'll go ahead and upgrade stuff now. Also, Malt is depressed. I'm just going to be honest, I don't care. Sorry, there's a reason for that. You'll all find out soon. You can probably already guess. At this point, I'm basically just going to take the upgrades that it gives me. I'm not going to try to, like, force myself to level up anything more. Because I don't really need it to finish the game. It's just kind of like bonus if it happens, and I get slightly better weapons or more armor. So, walk it off. Good luck, I hope you pass. Yeah, he's just so touchy about it, though. Yeah, I think we'll do this for now. Malt is very close to Melt as far as spelling goes. Yes, you have just noticed this. Oh, also in addition to, we talked about this earlier, how the tanks all look a certain way. In addition to having ears, these ones also have tails. They also have Wrath. Hit me twice, darn it. That's annoying. Okay. It even waggles a little bit. But yeah, we're just trying to get to the end as fast as we possibly can. Yeah, just those certain ones, they have like the little... They definitely look like little Doberman tails. Is this one... I actually want to check something here. Does she have... She has Electro Mines. Let's go. Okay, this is going to be good times. Oh, she got them both. Oh, well now it doesn't make any sense for me to do Flame Grenade, I just realized, so we won't do that. You kind of have to do Shock or Flame, not both, because Flame triggers on them taking turns, and this does not, so... Alright, so now I need to shred the armor a little bit better. But yeah, they're not going to be doing anything for a while, so that helps. Puts an extra little skill down there right under Megaton Blast, so my fingers have to update to the new menu. And get some SP back here. Oh hey, they're finally doing stuff. Yeah, some pretty annoying encounters towards the end here, to the point where it's like Like, the actual encounters themselves, since we're not really fighting the bosses, are quite a bit harder than the actual boss fights. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of harvest some SP back here. Yeah, I'm really intrigued. Like the shock angle is something I'm kind of curious about for the speedrun too. The reason I like shock and flame for different reasons. So flame is obviously good because it deals free damage, but shock is nice because the stunning prevents the enemies from doing their animations and things like that. So there's definitely time saved to be made from inflicting either of them. So you also like Shockwave? He's okay. He's okay for a dog, I guess. Yeah, just trying to get to the end as fast as possible now. Do these fights as efficiently as possible. There is no point for you to stick around, so let's get you in here. And I think I'm going to put you back in, too. She can at least stun this thing. And she can use a SP refill, which I will almost certainly need. Oh, nice miss. Now I'm going to swap her brother back in. And he should be able to finish this off in one shot. Easy. And hopefully I can get flame on this one. That would be nice. No, but that was a good crit, so. The flame would have been nice, because then he would have wrathed, and he would have taken free damage there. I am going to go ahead and get Brits back in here to farm a little more SP before the end of this fight. So I'm pretty sure between everybody else we'll be able to finish him off before he gets another attack, yeah. No problem. I forgot to go get May's XP, so I need to do that during the next intermission too. This is the chapter where it's like things are really starting to come to a head with the story too, because this is supposedly where all the families are, is in this this area. Okay, and Jean's going back in. These have so many hit points, oh my goodness. Let's see. Okay, there, we got the flame. Flame on. Okay. I don't think this is going to quite kill him, but it would be funny if it is. Ah, nope. He's still on fire, for the record. So at least there was that.
If we weren't speedrunning, it would have been interesting to go to the info screen and see if he was like still a fair amount away, if he was like a couple hundred, or if he was sitting at like 2.
I know. Yeah, I really would have. Okay, let's do flame. Actually, no, I need to do Borin first because those guys take too long with their animations. Those flying guys. Okay, now let's get the flame on you. Really glad Burning Trigger has a fun sound effect, because you hear it so much. It would be a... I'm glad it's not annoying sounding. Okay, good to know. Whoop. No, not you. You're depressed. It's like, how could you put my sister into the soul cannon? Well, about that. Alright, let's get Borin up here.
Man, this is my favorite spin-off in the Metal Slug franchise.
How could you? It was not difficult. Okay, don't have to keep showing that to me. I am aware he is in hero mode.
What up, Crash? For once, we're saying hi
Hey,
on
Crash.
someone else's stream for once.
Yeah, I just put like I put a chocolate in the soul cannon. She wandered right in there. Very odd.
God.
She's so gullible.
You're a doggy.
Oh gosh. Nice.
Dagaiva.
Okay, that's not great, but
Fershies.
oh god. Okay, that was pretty great. So that was definitely double damage. Wow. I like that.
Oh.
Let's
Yeah, I
let's
just
see
saw
that
the
again.
72.
What happened?
I saw the number come up since there was the stream delay, so I saw the 1772 crit.
Oh yeah, yeah. See that again.
And it does barely anything to the mortar cannon.
Yeah, this thing just has so many hit points. It's kind of ridiculous. I think I'm going to use Smoke Grenade here. Just in case he does get a turn off, which I don't think he's going to.
Playing it risky with taking damage below half health.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that too, but I'm pretty sure I have a heal coming up, so... Just going to do double Burning Trigger here, and hopefully that'll finish him off. Yep. I would have had to do that fight those fights very differently if Jean wasn't doing double damage, because that really put me over the top there. Yeah, I get like a nice big old full heal and an intermission.
Oh, that's true, because people's their mood settings are kind of random when you get to the intermission, so it's entirely possible that a world record run could get upstaged by someone just getting just the right hero mode that helps them cut a fight time in half. Yeah,
the hero modes are very, very finicky that way, and you can't really rely on them for the reasons that you said. Because you don't usually you never during the intermissions do you try to like make the characters happy. Like if it happens, it happens, but like you're never trying to do it. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Malt is still depressed. That's right.
Oh, come on, Malt. Snap out of it. You can't be depressed. We've got people to kill.
Oh, that was nice. I accidentally talked to Kyle, but because we already had full relationship, it didn't take my points away. Alright, I got a couple armor upgrades there, which was nice. Because when you get to level 10, oddly, you always have enough for the first one after that also. Just because of the way the materials needed change, so it's actually fairly easy to get stuck on number 9 with the levels.
Imagine if resting had a chance to fail. Just like, oh, you had nightmares, or oh, you tossed in your sleep, so you didn't get any of it. But
that would be terrible. I do not want that. These children are good at one thing, and it is sleeping.
That's why they're so good at sleeping forever when we need them to.
Oh my gosh. I just want to also quickly point out, there was a cutscene in there at the end of that intermission, and I don't want to spoiler and say what it meant, but that's a good thing that I got that. Alright, so that was about as efficient as it gets. See, my party got too slow now. Because I took Brits out. Brits is super fast. So now I have to sit through these. It'll be okay, though. Just have to get my party right now. Fireworks. SSE. Man, Megaton Blast does not get any style points, apparently. That is harsh.
Super Smash Your Others!
Yeah, we're making good time here, making good progress, so coming up on hour 4. We're in chapter 10 of 12, for those of you keeping score at home. I think I'm going to go ahead and use a... well, nah. I'm going to focus on this guy first, and then mop up the second one later. I was debating if I wanted to set him on fire, which is always a fun thing to debate. I think I'll just go ahead and go the armor-piercing route this time. And just goes to show you have a couple different ways to fight different enemies, so... This will be good, because I can, well, I might, actually, I don't even think I'm going to get another attack to replenish any SP here. I think this is going to do it. Yep. SP's getting low again.
I would be very curious to see what a no item all hard route run would be like, because I'm pretty sure even in my own stream at one point I had to use a healing item.
Yeah.
At least a couple of times. So I would assume it's possible. I also assume it would be very luck based because you'd have a finite amount of attempts for status effects.
Yeah, it seems pretty doable to me, but it would be a fun challenge run. I definitely agree with you. Because in my casual playthroughs, I didn't really use a lot of items, but it was nice that they were there when I did need them.
Mm-hmm. I was so scared of running out of them at later stages that I just never used them, and then all of a sudden here we are at the last chapter, and everyone's strong enough to hold out on their own, and oops, you've got like 25 of each of these.
Yeah. Well, and if you do need like a healing spell, like the second tier or whatever you want to call it, healing spells are just like incredibly powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that too, I would say. All right, so moving right along here. Suddenly it's very well, I guess that could be like Mount Blanc, but there's a big old mountain in the background because we're in the... I guess they call it the volcanic lands, so makes sense that there would be mountains there. I can't remember, are they floating continents at the beginning of the game, or does that just happen at the end of the game?
Ooh. Ah, that's a good question.
I don't remember.
Dang, I should know this after how many times I played the game.
It's because it's like, they definitely break apart at the end of the game. Not to... it's kind of inconsequential, so I hope I'm not spoiling anything, but like, were they like slightly larger floating islands beforehand, or islands and then they're floating islands, or... I don't know the
I want to say
mechanics of the world enough to say.
I want to say yes, because that was like the big thing about the Burman was that they were the ones that mastered the technology of the flying airships that allowed them to cross.
Let's do this and this and this. Okay.
Okay, yeah, it was previously floating, but it's just a single big continent.
Okay. Need to find a good time for Bourne to use his link attack. Bourne and Kyle to go off here. Because this is going to be... Well, I should just say from here on out, I'm not going to be really doing any major boss fights. Chapter 10 boss, we're going to use the Soul Cannon. The Chapter 11 boss is kind of a special boss. And then 12 is the final fight, so... After this, we have got Otter Sparks coming up with Tales of Iron, and it's a really cool game that I'm excited to check out. It's also going to be Sparks' fastest first debut as a runner. You should definitely check that out and stick around for the after this run as well to see that game, because it's going to be fantastic. Sparks is someone who has volunteered and hosted for us for a really long time, and seeing him get inspired to pick up a speed game was very cool for me personally to see that we had that effect on somebody. So definitely stick around and check that out if you are just kind of lounging about enjoying your first day of the new year.
I actually plan on sticking around to watch the stream passively, both for Tales of Iron and Halo Infinite. Tales of Iron because, like we were talking about earlier, it seems like one of those games I might be interested in getting for myself. I just want to see what it plays like first. And then Halo Infinite because I'm going to see if I can hear myself since I voiced one of the grunt types in the game.
Oh, hey, sweet. Yeah, so they got that to look forward to as well. The Halo Infinite runner is also, like, top tier, so it's going to be a very entertaining run, I'm sure. Oh, thank you, Crash. That means a lot to me to hear you say that. But I want to see Tales of Iron too, because it's another RPG, and I have a feeling it might be the kind of game that I'm interested in playing, so... Is there a game that Sonic Mega isn't in these days? Probably. You're not in this one, Sean. At least not yet, officially. I'll just go ahead and use this now, that's fine. There's not a lot of fights left in this chapter, so... There are, in fact, 2 fights left in this chapter. And I was low on SP, so that worked out just fine. That fight was really peachy.
Crash, is there a game that I'm not in these days? I'm not in Demon Gaze Extra, which comes out in about a week, and I've been waiting impatiently for.
I hope so too. That one is definitely a quick fight. Chick is like, yeah, I'm getting to the point where Chick is very underrated in this run. I need to figure that out a little bit. That Electro Mines attack is so unbelievably good.
It's so good.
Yeah.
There are times where instead of using Electric Field, the one that hits all enemies, I will just focus on Electric Mines because I think the base affliction rate of Mines is higher than Field because it's fewer enemies, and then I'll just pick off the airborne enemies separately just so I can keep the grounded enemies stunned.
Yep. Nice.
We're in the final hour, man. You can do it.
I know. Yep. Gotta fight the fatigue and the Berman at this point.
I can't believe it's been 4 hours already.
Yeah, it's going fast. Like I said, this game is very... You have to think on pretty much every fight. There are not a lot of... Even the fights where you're going to get owned by the Soul Cannon, you kind of need to think about, like, what's the best way for me to lose half my hit points here? Time is an illusion. Mecha is the runner of Legend of Mana HD Remaster from last night as well, by the way. I think I referenced that 6-hour run earlier. And
Wait, what? Oh, please tell me there's going to be a VOD for that. I'm a huge Legend of Mana fan.
Yep, all events was the category.
All events? Wait, Mecha, please tell me, does it use the same guide as the legendofmana.info site?
I'm just gonna nap a bunch. You guys are discussing that.
The slow burn wait for chat to reply.
So this is actually the first fight where we directly encounter the main villain of the game, who is alluded to basically right from the very get-go. And that is General Hax. And he's got his own Tyrannus-type weapon called the Tarascus.
Oh, that's cool.
I do not know. I do not know why that was done.
Probably because it's technically a website.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. I love the voice for Hax, too. It's so dark and sinister.
I'll definitely want to check the VOD then Mecha, because I've only ever used like that guide for getting all of the events. But I also got in touch with the site owner too. I actually helped him with some of the localization dialogue changes, especially for stuff like somersault and backflip and what they changed them to. So it felt really nice to be able to contribute to a site that I'd been using throughout most of my late childhood, early adulthood.
Super cool. Okay, well, anyway, red alert, that means someone needs to go in the soul cannon.
Oh no.
That's what red alert, like, right? That's what it means on Star Trek too, I'm
Yep.
pretty sure. And Malt, it is your turn. He can go be with May now, it's fine.
Yes.
Get in the cannon, Shinji!
You know what they say, the family that slayed together stayed together. What was that noise?
He is the oldest. There is a Star Trek movie, I'm pretty sure, where they joke about shooting someone out of the torpedo tubes, if I remember right. That's basically what happened, so... Molten malt, yeah. Red alert rhymes with red shirt.
Dang, his body's now closer to being molten lava.
And yes, I am the blaze that tormented your great empire.
He's like, did you just melt a child? That's funny.
Intriguing.
Just imagine Hacks going,
Ha ha. That's comedy.
I need to get one of these children for myself.
You've got to be kidding me.
Kidding me?
ah.
I had to play it back in my head and make sure that I wasn't stealing your pun. Oh yeah, so this is the sadness where we're reuniting everybody, but yeah, so funny story, not everybody made it. So that's how the game deals with that. Pun's your natural enemy.
I sure do love when I invite my dead friends over and there's just a static cloud sitting on the couch next to me. and I'm like, have you seen that new show that came out on Netflix? And you just hear, yeah, me too.
Yeah, squiggle friends are they take some getting used to, for sure.
They're not dead. They're just infected with a really, 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 really long tapeworm. That splash art is so good.
It is, yeah. Yeah. All right. So, just a quick story point. So, because we skipped all the cutscenes, but Brits snuck away at the end of chapter 10, and we don't know why. But we're moving on without Brits. We'll kind of figure it out later. By destroying their soul, they turn into adults. All right. Everybody's injured. I do need to go ahead and get that taken care of.
That's insanely dark and so true.
Oh, hold on, actually. Well, I'm just going to rest all the way here. It's fine. I don't even know if I have the stuff to upgrade here, and I'm here anyway, so might as well. Normally at the beginning of the later chapters, I want to do any upgrades that I have, because then I can, you know, actually have better stuff for doing the fights that matter, but in this case, I just got to go with what we got. So I also need to reconfigure everything, because I no longer have any spare characters, so... So anyway, Sheena's back in that kind of armor stripping role. For the time being. But we'll see what all we need here. The real black scrawl. We're not going to do this ruins. We'll just skip this one. Have everything that I need. But yeah, this background is incredibly cool too. These like luminescent caves are just amazing.
And I guess I should point it out, just because I almost missed it the first time, but the fact that you can see the face of the final boss in the background at one point.
Oh, really? I'll have to watch.
Yeah, no. When the characters comment on like, "Oh, what is that in the background?" and the radio's explaining, its face is actually back there. You'll see it.
Oh wow. Okay.
See, there's always somebody.
Yep.
Now I'm excited for the moment of realization.
Yeah, definitely.
Svan Hildred asks, what are essential things that affect the speedrunning of the game?
So this game is really interesting. I mean, you have to improvise so much, but truthfully, the run itself is not that dangerous. You have to know the boss fights that you're doing. There's a lot of luck involved in terms of if you get injured or if you get key characters depressed in particular at certain points, that can really hamper you. Managing your SP is very important. I will truthfully say I have not done the best at that at various points in this run, but basically you just you lean on Borin and Hack and use your best armor stripper. Other characters are going to be situational or cannon fodder, quite literally. And then you just kind of make it through each battle, each level as best you can, and you're not always going to fight the same battles the same way for the, kind of like the random encounters, because depending on how you got your formation the previous battle, you might have to stick with it, or you might want to change it up or stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of like a constant improvisation in the framework of Borin and Hack and usually Sheena or Brits kind of leading the charge. So, but it's a great speed game. I really have gotten into it quite a bit and would definitely recommend it to anybody who is interested in speedrunning and enjoyed playing the game casually, because
your boss face is in the background, by the way. You'll get to see it better when you finish the fight, but you can see it pretty well right now too.
Okay, I'll look here in a second. Oh yeah, there's the teeth. Oh man, that is totally creepy.
Dude, when I first saw that during my playthrough, I was like, is that the last boss? Am I gonna have to shoot that in the face?
Wow. Yep. So okay, so I was this years old when I knew that was in the game, so we've been talking about that all along, just how much little details are in this game. And
I almost feel bad that we never get to properly fight it head on like that we only end up going inside of it.
Yeah. Yeah, the it's called the Vannergend, I believe.
Yes.
So yeah, so there is a lot of luck and RNG in this run, but it's not the kind of RNG that will actually kill your run in any way. It's more did the optimal thing happen, or did like I get the bad pattern? So, which is kind of nice. It's a very chill game to run.
Vannergend is a wolf in Norse mythology.
Oh. I should have done... Well, I'll still be able to do that here. Let's see where it delays to. Yeah, I need to do... I don't think he's going to kill it unless he crits, but we'll try. Yeah, okay. Oh, well, it just charged anyway, so whatever. Because I'm bass. Oh, is that so? They notice the shiny walls, but it's really like the. Oh yeah, there's the radio. Good call.
Yeah.
You like the game because Solo Torobo is great. The story content is a mixed bag for you personally. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just it's a pretty straightforward run in terms of strategy. Like all of the essential information is on it, for me at least, is on half a page of notes with some other stuff that I've more or less memorized since I started running the game, but it's more just kind of like the understanding the general strategies, I would say. And then just doing the best you can with that. I need to go back and play Solo Torobo. We were talking about this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And Tail Concerto. Oh, nice nice crit there. Seeing a post mentioning Tyrannus is mentioned as a sun god or something in the lore of the Dot Hack games. Oh, that's cool. That's a neat tie-in if that's
that's
true.
Yeah, that's really neat.
Do a flame grenade here.
I've been on a Jormungand kick ever since Etrian Odyssey Nexus, because I knew about like the snake that ends the world, but like seeing Jormungand as like the final boss of Etrian Odyssey really just clicked something in me that made me interested. So I want to fight more snake gods.
It's a good genre. The snake god fighting genre.
Haha. Technically, the Tyrannus is its own genre.
Yeah, Norse mythology is definitely a strong brand. Oh, it's just a little guy. Hey there, little fella.
Please, sir, I'm just a level 1 goblin.
He looks like he got lost. He got separated from his family.
You can't even use my materials. You're too far upgraded. Please, sir.
Let's do this. Boom, 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 boom. Whoa. Wow, how did I do that? There we go. Somehow Kyle almost got a turn. That was not okay.
Get back there, city slicker. This is farmer's country now.
Kyle's like, I just want to help. It's like, you are helping.
You're like, get to the back, keep the door to the reactor unlocked. We'll tell you when it's time to help. Have you played Yggdrasil board game, Sonic? No, because most board games leave me exactly feeling like that.
I have played the Yggdrasil board game. It is really cool. It's also incredibly difficult, and it's kind of like, I don't know, I guess people say this about Pandemic, that it's like you'll basically never win, and if you do win, it's by the skin of your teeth, and that is absolutely how that game works too.
Yo, hurry slowly with the rate of 43 people.
Hey, Hurry! Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream today, and thanks for stopping by. We are doing the Best of 2021 showcase here at Fastest Furs, which is...
Casa! Welcome to our casa.
Yes. We've got 3 days... We're on day 2 right now, but we have a whole weekend of the speedruns of the best games to come out in the last year. So, and if you are... We're wrapping up this run, but our next run is by someone that a lot of you probably know, Otter Sparks, who's going to be running Tales of Iron. So I would definitely say, if you don't have anything to do, if you don't have anything more urgent to do, stick around and watch that run. It's coming up right after this.
So if these are the best games of 2021, did we already do, or when is the run for Balan Wonderworld?
Oh shoot.
I mean, the 100% run of Balan Wonderworld.
Probably too much Balan Wonderworld. Balan Wonderworld makes me sad.
Okay, but like, can we include it in like the next Fastest Furs and have an incentive where the entire couch has to do the dance at the end of each act?
Oh no.
I feel like that would be the fastest incentive ever hit in the history of the marathon.
Alright, just managing characters here. Gonna try to keep these guys from going off. You see them, Mecha. Oh no. I did that wrong.
Are you about to take 2 drills to the face?
Just one, but yeah, oops.
Oh,
I could have avoided that.
I know.
It's okay. It'll be okay. The intermission. At least the game is nice enough to put that encounter right before the intermission, so it's fine.
I think the main concern... Oh wait, no, that intermission doesn't heal you. Yeah, I was gonna say, if they did it before an intermission, I would say it's not about the damage, it's about the injury status, because that's also semi-permanent like depression, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, I have to get that taken care of now, but... Oh no! Lost my upgrade. I think that's probably not gonna matter. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Because this way I get two full sleeps. Hey, it's my 2 characters that I was gonna sleep anyway. Perfect.
Bed buddies!
They are bed buddies. They're nap buddies. Awkwardly, I'm not gonna get hit points back for a while, so I am definitely gonna need to pop a repair kit here. I think Born's gonna be in charge of the repair kit. I have like 15 regular repair kits right now, yeah. You're not at any danger of running out of healing items in this game. Whoa, I almost picked the wrong thing there. Okay. Flame on. Oh, and then just like a night. Oh, wow. Born not to be outdone. They're nap buddies and crit buddies. Well, I do have plenty of SP, so that's good. Oh. I didn't even need that second attack. Is there a boss that was an epilepsy nightmare in Balan before a patch? I don't know. Maybe someone in chat knows.
Oh, I can look that up real quick. Yes. First result. Balan Wonderworld gets day 1 patch to fix potential flashing bug, or flashing bug posing an epilepsy risk.
Oh no. Not the way you want to put the game out there.
The day 1
Oh!
patch
He missed. That was not nice.
prevents this issue as well as enhances the overall play experience.
I can imagine that not having seizures would generally increase someone's play experience. Which one is that? Okay, good. I'm going to repair again. The bee. Were you Firebird? Were you reacting to the bee swarm, or is it bee storm or bee swarm? I don't even remember. Anyway, they just shot a bunch of bees at us. Maybe. Nice. Ooh, 2 of my big guns are silver now. They're all abuzz. We're working as one real hive mind here in the Tyrannus. Not the bees! You knew it was coming. What's the stinger? Oh, wait. Not yet. Do this, and then the other thing. Big boring things. It just occurred to me that when this run is over, I will have spent roughly 1/3 of 2022 playing this game. And that just amuses me for some reason. Yeah, truthfully, things are going really well so far on this run. Haven't had any major issues or anything like that, and just kind of cruising along to the finish here. A couple very challenging encounters still to come. Another peachy fight. Gonna get my SP back here, and then we got another batch of encounters, and then I think the boss fight is after that. Am I on PB pace? No. No, I'm definitely not. But that's okay. I got such good RNG in my world record run of this game that I am truthfully wondering just how good it was. That's part of why I'm hoping other people will start running it and get a little bit of a comparative there.
God, this cave is so pretty. This whole game is so pretty.
I love this pretty game. It really is.
It is a very pretty game.
Those two. There we go. Come on, Hack. One more crit. Oh, he's like, I didn't even need a crit to kill that guy. Okay. I think I had bad memories of the previous drill fight. Hack is absolutely flexing on this seed. Hold on. I want to use... do I? What do I want to do here, actually? I think I just want to use Borin. Just got all this SP. I need to use it on something. This looks like a good fight to use a link attack on. Although, if I use theirs, they're gonna... she's gonna miss the flyers. Let's... Come on, chick, I believe in you. Oh, she missed one. Okay. That's fine.
I mean, I'm happy with a 2 out of 3. Maybe maybe it's not good enough for a speed run, but if you can delete 4 out of 5 enemies on a single link attack, that's a pretty good link attack.
That's true. So I've only got... I'm gonna double check here. I'm pretty sure this is the last encounter. Yeah, there's the boss fight. I will not be using the soul cannon on this boss fight. However, I also cannot use link attacks. So it's gonna be kind of a unique fight. Is it good enough for Meatloaf? This is just what I need Borin for, actually. Because he can shred armor. And he won't miss. Yeah. They're definitely some Burman soldiers who are having a bad day. And I'm actually going to swap again here so I can finish that guy off. It's probably pretty demoralizing getting beaten up by a bunch of... Yeah, just imagine you trained your whole life in the army and then these 6-year-olds come in and really show you give you the business. Would be pretty demoralizing. Alright, so we got one more intermission coming up, and then we're going to find out where Brits got off to. Poor confused Brits. Can't really blame him, but he should have stayed with his friends. I really want to upgrade the reactor again, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Level 12 machine gun is nice. Alright, and just a little more rest for my 2 nap buddies.
As someone who only got like 4.5 hours of sleep last night, getting to see Boron take all these naps makes me hate him just a little bit more.
You know, he's living his best life.
So, which is more than we can say for some of those kids.
Yeah. They did go out in a blaze of glory, so... Alright, so this is Brits in a tank. This is kind of a unique fight. You're depressed, but you can use ammo, so we're going to be using a lot of our ammo in this fight.
That's the story of America. You're depressed, but you can use ammo.
Oh my, you're not wrong.
Yes, Rex. Boron is best boy. With all these naps, it's a fitting game for the day after New Year's Eve. Yeah, that's true. How many of us actually successfully stayed up past midnight, and how many of us just celebrated early and then went to bed?
I actually did make it past midnight, and I say that as someone who does not normally make it past midnight.
Ooh.
So I was pretty happy about that, actually.
What was the special occasion?
So I actually was running around in VR chat last night, and it was my first time doing a formal outing with a custom avatar that I commissioned. So it was actually pretty
really
fun.
Cool. Also, Hotbot, I can actually answer this for you. It is not possible to put Brits in the cannon prior to this fight. The game does not have a contingency for it, and if you go to pick him, the game simply says that he refuses to go, stating that he still has something he needs to do.
Interesting. I was wondering that myself.
It will not let you put Brits in the cannon.
Nobody puts Brits in the cannon.
I mean, if you make it to the final stage with him via, like, the true ending route or something, then you can put him in the cannon.
Yeah.
Which is really funny because, for example, if you hit the trigger to get him to rejoin the team, it stays, even if in a future game you melt like all of the kids. So if you're doing New Game Plus and you melt every single child that you get a chance to on the way up to this stage, after single-handedly beating him, the lone person in the tank convinces Brits to rejoin. Even though it still uses they, them. Like, the children talked to Brits, they pleaded with him, but there's only one other person in the Tyrannus.
Oh my. Having to improvise a little bit here. This is a completely scripted fight, by the way, but the fear is real.
Awoo, he needs to betray you. That's why he won't get in, because he has to betray you. He is literally the definition of, you can't fire me, I quit.
Oh, he replenished his armor here, so I need to take that down again. I really wish you could inflict flame on him, but it is a 0% chance to hit, even if you, I believe even if you risky him it is, so... Going as fast as I can. I should probably do one more heal here, just to be safe. Brits, you are making me very angry. Actually put Boron here and try to finish the fight. Not quite. Probably got like 50 hit points left. There we go. Well, he had less than 577, so... Okay, so now we, have a little conflict resolution with Brits. He's not being a team player. But we tell him that we found his family because the Burmans had told him that they captured him and he would get them back if he betrayed us. So that's kind of the story there. But because we were nice enough to him, he rejoins the crew, so... Good for us because Brits is still
He's just
amazing.
Sitting there holding his arm like, oh man, I had like my character's death scene written out. It was gonna be super edgy and totally cool.
Brits would have an edgy death scene. So.
Darn it, I hate the power of friendship.
All right, but we are in the final chapter, which is actually fairly short. It's got 12 I'm sorry, not 12.
It's
10. 10 encounters.
It's only very long if you actually watch the cutscenes.
That is true. It is very long if you watch the cutscenes, which we will not, so there you go. The
Look
music
at it.
is also incredibly epic, by the way.
It's the intro to Attack on Titan. Let's go. We
It
are
kind
the
of
monster
is.
barging through the wall.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I do have to go rest up. Okay, I don't have any upgrades anyway. So I'm probably done upgrading stuff for the run. That's fine. Oh, Brits is still injured from... That's actually not from the battle that I just did. That's the battle when he left.
Shingeki no Kemonojin.
He's been injured the whole time. Poor guy. Glad we got him. Glad we got him off to bed. Should have just taken a nap, Brits. You would have been fine. Axe being evil. Go figure. Did you see how small his tank was? It didn't have a bed in it.
Yeah, but it makes for a great casket.
Oh, gosh. Alright, cue the epic music. These fights I do actually have scripted fairly well, so... I want this to be Borin, and then we gotta get Brits back in here, but not this fight. Brits will be back next fight.
You know, it makes sense that he's been our main DPS, considering this last stage involves boring into the creature.
We are going all in, that is for sure.
Ah, I get it. Literally all in. Smooth.
So this is why I put my these two in here, is for this fight, because I want, hopefully some stuns. Okay, I did stun one of the ones that was going to be acting, so that's good. Efficiency. Brits needs to sit in the back and think about what he's done a little bit before we'll let him back in the into the weapons room, the turret. So I don't want to talk about the Girl of Light because that will kind of spoil some of the story of the game, and it's not really consequential to the way that the speedrun goes at all. So we'll probably leave that for anybody who wants to play this. To play this casually. It is a cool, if fairly predictable twist, I would say. Since I'm pretty sure I called it, like, from the moment the radio started.
I mean,
doing
I was
stuff,
still
but...
guessing about their actual relationship up until the last stage. So I had all kinds of theories about how they knew each other, or if they were like,
okay.
If it was a previous prisoner of war, you know, who was used as testing. So I didn't completely figure it out, but I still enjoyed the twist that it had to offer.
That's fair, yeah. I'm just gonna sleep during these couple intermissions here. Except the last one, because I won't need the levels, but...
The world is about to end. What do you want to do? I want to take a nap.
I desperately need a nap.
I desperately need a nap. I have to wonder how many problems in the world would be solved if people just napped before making crucial decisions.
Go sleep on it, right?
Right?
It's good advice. I do want to know why it has a duck face. I don't know if anybody else caught that. Now we're just rolling through the streets of Parisia here. I desperately need a nap has been the theme of the past 3 years now. Nice. Hey, there's the Eiffel Tower.
There it is.
I'm actually going to do something a little different here that I kind of just thought of. Let's try... Yeah, that works good. Let's get 2 shield off of 2 of these guys and then use Megaton Blast. I don't think that's going to be enough to kill them, but if it is, that would be cool. Yeah, was not. Narrator voice, it was not.
Maybe on New Game Plus.
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder if a crit might have done it.
Hey, yeah, they still have an awful lot of health left. I'm thinking no, but definitely not. I don't think the Eiffel Tower is copyrighted. I could be wrong on that one.
Wouldn't it be ironic if it was, but the copyright expired on January 1st of 2022?
Nickname of the IP tower.
Just don't pee from the top of the tower. That's illegal.
No, not like that. No. The waffle tower. I like that.
That's why the Berman attacked, is their pancake dogs.
Must protect the waffle bots. The Eiffel Tower is trademarked. Only if the lights are on. Interesting. Okay, this is another fight for
That
these
sounds
two.
like a meme, but I want to believe it. Like, it's only copyrighted during specific representations. Like, you can draw the Eiffel Tower, you just can't draw it with the lights on.
Did I hit any of those? I don't think I did. That is very not good, because this is... There's 2 ways to do this fight. Flames or shock, and I just failed on shock.
Well, at least none of them were in Wrath during that first part.
Yeah, but... yeah, well, thankfully I didn't damage them to the point where they got to Wrath, because they definitely could have. What am I doing here? I need Brits.
Shoot.
I need Brits back is what I need. We'll try that. I don't know what to do here. Yeah, we'll leave it like this. Oh, no, I want to heal.
Everyone's got a plan until they get cannoned in the face.
Ugh, you are not making your rolls right now. Okay, the smoke worked. That's good.
Oh, of course the one that doesn't have smoke on does the 8-hit attack. Of course.
Why wouldn't it?
Oh, that
Gonna focus fire on that one too here.
did barely anything with all that defense. Goodness gracious. Yeah, during my casual run, this is definitely when I just let Mei let loose with the one that hits all enemies for 1 defense each.
Mm-hmm. Well, he hit once out of 8 tries, so that was pretty dang good.
That's pretty stellar, I'm not gonna lie.
Yep. Oh, there's a nice crit. Alright, now I'm feeling better about this fight. Not like I was in danger, but it's just gonna really drag on, so that helped.
It makes me physically uncomfortable seeing your SP at only 5 out of 130 before getting to this boss fight. Like, there's a part of me that appreciates that you're still using SP with that little left. Like, listen, you know, as long as I can still use Burning Trigger, that's all that matters. But just seeing it go to 4 and then 2, I'm just like, please, use a recharge, use something. I'm begging you.
Brits and Sheena, and then Hack and Chick, you will never run out of enough SP for Burning Trigger.
Because you recover 3 and then use 2.
Yep. But yeah, you kind of... Borin just has to kind of sit there and not do much, but... Alright, what do we got next? That is probably the most annoying encounter.
I mean, the boy earned his break, considering how much he carried the early game.
Oh, yeah. This one's much more straightforward. The next few. There's one more really tricky one right before the end, but I'm really hoping I'll have my Link attacks charged up by then. This one I'm going to swap him back in so he can finish it off. Borin is injured too, and I don't want to lose sight of that and accidentally get him knocked out. That would be very bad.
I mean, all that means is he's the first one fed into the reactor.
As long as you have 1 HP, you don't need anything else. 1 HP in a dream.
Ooh, are we coming on the last 2 fights? Before,
Yeah, we're almost there. I've got 4 fights left.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, he's got his Link attack charged up now. That's good. Ow, my face. Oh, shoot. I thought that was Borin. Oh, well. I just lost my Burning Trigger bonuses, but that's fine. SP and HP are resources. It's true. And you definitely want to push the pedal to the metal on some of the fights and risk having stuff happen to your party, but not today. Alright, we get a nice big fat heal here anyway, so... Certain heal spots have a plus next to them, which is like a double. Alright, this is going to be Borin. And Brits. He's wrathing up. That's okay. I had full health. Alright, 2 more fights. Actually, yeah, I won't need to rest on the final intermission, because Nothing to do but the final boss fight, which also does require the use of the soul cannon. So the true end boss is that last encounter before the intermission.
That's so true, though.
Yep. Yeah, this next battle I just have written in my notes Boren's Link attack. So this should be a large explosion. Hopefully, lots of shredding of armor. Yeah, because he's like the only one that can hit the flyers too. So this is definitely the way to go.
Oh, that's so many enemies. Oh, I hate this. This one always.
I love
me
that. I love that. Oh, I can't swap him because, right, I did that to let him do his Link attack. As soon as I get to Megaton Blast, it's over for you three. Explosions! Alright, and one more fight. This is going to be a good one for... Yes.
Come on, chat. Start the chant. One more fight. One more fight.
Yep. This is the true end boss fight right here. It's legit. Like, this is a pretty bad fight. So we're gonna go ahead and do this, and then swap these two, and hopefully Chick will light everything on fire.
One
Narrator
more soul.
voice. She did not. One more soul. Actually, two more. One more soul sounds like a Daft Punk song.
That's true. I can already hear like the song that's going. One more soul.
We're gonna celebrate.
Celebrate good times. Boron.
Nice. That's good stuff. Ow.
You should.
I need Boren to not get knocked out here.
Can
Okay,
mods
hold
put up like a quick poll to have chat vote on who we melt?
on. Well, no, the answer is Kyle, because we don't like Kyle.
Oh.
But other
okay.
than that, sure.
All right.
I am comfortably okay with the way the final couple battles go in terms of who gets melted, and I will explain why when we get there. I don't really need you right now, Brits. Sorry. Always. Can we sacrifice Kyle and then bring him back and sacrifice him again? That's what I'm hearing.
Take his vengeful spirit and be like, well, that's got just enough energy to power this a second time.
Delicious Kyle. Yes. The poll is Kyle, 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 or Kyle.
No, the fifth option is Kylie. It's still Kyle. We just put him in a maid costume first.
Alright. Don't get knocked out, Boren. Also, please don't die me. Okay, he's afraid. I can deal with that. Nice. Nice shot, Hack. Alright. It's all over but the cannoning.
I was really hoping that would be 1337. Ads! Ads! before you get to the final boss, hey, would you like to purchase this DLC? Free revive for your characters. Oh, that art's so cool.
Yeah, but there's something weird about how the background changes that when you're skipping the cutscenes is a little odd, but
it just kind of slams down like, oh, here's my guts.
it just kind of flickers in, yeah. All right. Don't care. But hey, this is the last intermission before the final boss, so they're trying to keep me safe. I appreciate it. I did actually die to this during my practice run yesterday, but it's kind of because of a weird, quirky thing that I know how to avoid now, so. But yeah, this is a soul cannon fight. We're fighting the Tarascus again, and it is go time. And by go, I mean go in the cannon. And
I wonder if they updated some of the graphics. Like, there's for some reason, when you stunned the enemies and they had, like, the little electrical pulses, I don't remember them being as vivid when I played the game. And I know that they've patched it at least once since then, so I'm wondering if they added any art assets in the time since I played that I'm just now experiencing for the first time.
I could see that, yeah. It definitely looks a little more, like they added some more effects, I would say. Oh man, I'm almost there. Alright, and now is the point where I'm a little bit scared. So, in order to prevent the really bad thing from happening, I'm going to delay the main attack. Because what he can do is, you can defend. Oh wait. No, I have to defend here, don't I? Yeah, I have to defend. This is the thing that I was worried about. I'm gonna die. This is gonna kill me. Whoops.
Oh,
okay.
No.
You have to delay the main body so it can't do that hunt thing and take out your defense. And that's I didn't play that right, so that's my fault.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
We'll get there. I don't know if there's the way that played out. I don't know if there's a way I could have avoided that unless
I typically, when I was going for that, I used a heal. I healed myself up so that it would take out most of my health again, but I wouldn't die from it.
I guess either way that would have helped, yeah, because it does like 8,700 damage.
Yeah,
so
I think if you'd used like one of your healing items,
yeah.
if you'd used one of your massive healing items, that probably would have helped you out.
Yeah, I think that would have done it, yeah. It was I was not expecting its next turn to be directly together like that, though. That was weird, but that's my fault, like I said, so. Anyway, let's try this again. A little bit anticlimactic, it happens.
So anyway, just heads up to people in the chat. It is this fight that you want to come into with at least 2 kids or 1 kid and the dummy soul if you want the 0 children ending. If you come into this fight with only 1 kid, it's impossible, to my knowledge, to finish the fight, because 1 kid isn't enough power to beat the boss, and when they're forced to use the soul cannon, there's nobody left for the cutscene that happens after this, so you don't get to proceed. So you need 2 kids for this fight if you want to get the 0 children ending.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now I need to see where this goes. Okay, Brits is going to get a turn. Good, so we're fine. Unless he gets delayed. But I think I'm still... Yeah, okay, we're fine. Oh, no, Borin! Borin, I need you for something. Alright, Kyle. It's been nice. Not really.
Not really. No.
Time is coming up very soon. I will call it out. It's when I do the final soul cannon. Get in the cannon, City Slicker. Who does chat wanna win the game with?
Ooh, we should have had the poll.
Because Kyle obviously had to go in first because that's where he was.
I
so.
think the ultimate irony would be Boron.
So, if you just pick the next character, it is Boron, but he got knocked out. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be available. But I do like that. I mentioned this earlier. I like the fact that Boron saves the world. Technically,
If we're gonna
that
punch
route.
a hole in this giant monster, we're gonna need a little extra juice. All right.
He is definitely the most powerful. It takes a god to defeat a devil. And time. And it did let me pick him even though we knocked him out. Yep.
You know what? That's what he earned. Most other kids, they had to go in kicking and screaming. We just saved him the pain, knocked him unconscious, and put him in there ourselves. He never felt a thing.
That's true. He was already knocked out.
Just roll his body into it. Everyone's going, woo, woo! Wait, why are you cheering? Oh no, that's just Boron while we rolled him into the cannon. His body was going, woo!
Gosh,
woo!
this is too funny. Well, hey, I just want to say thank you so much, everybody, for being here and watching this. We'll have a second or two while we get to the credits, because this is very cool cutscenes and stuff here at the end. So, but Sean, thank you so much for being here and being here the whole time. I know how big of a commitment this is for you, and that your time is very valuable for a variety of reasons right now. And I just want to say thank you so much for being here and being a part of this. This was super fun.
I'm so grateful that you thought of me, and I'm so grateful that I had a chance to give this some love. Also, it didn't happen until like pretty close to the end of the run, but Johan from the dev team did notice the tweet, and he said, awesome. So, so they got eyes on that. And thank you, chat, for being good players and for being a good audience. I hope you enjoyed our antics and our terrible jokes.
Yeah. And I just want to say another shout out to Punchy, who I just saw back in chat. Originally ran and routed this game. The stuff that I do in the run is 95% his work. So I just want to give credit where credit is due and just say thank you. And also being someone that I can talk to about this game a little bit, because there's not a lot of people who are interested in it, especially from a speedrun point of view.
Right.
There is a really neat, cool Discord for all of the Little Tail Bronx games. I will go ahead and post a link in chat during the next intermission. So if anybody wants to run this game and join us and check it out, then you are more than welcome to join us. And it is a really fun game. You have to think for 5 hours straight, and you don't get a bathroom break. So I hope that if that sounds like fun to you, then you know what, you could go ahead and speedrun this game too. So, but please stick around. We got another couple days of runs coming up. We got Tales of Iron coming up next from Otter Sparks. The full schedule is available in the chat if you just use the command !schedule. And I just want to say, as one of the fastest first folks here, 2021, we really went places as a group and our marathons. The quality was just incredible, second to none, and the charity work that we did was honestly my highlight of 2021. Was all the great stuff that we got to do as a community. And I'm just really looking forward to another year of awesome Fastest Furs events and doing good things for people. So if you want to be a part of that, you don't have to be a furry. You just have to enjoy speedruns and enjoy helping people. Please join our Discord, follow us on Twitter, and our next charity marathon should be sometime in the middle of spring, probably late April or early May. So we would love if you joined us and hung out with us as part of our community. We're just a bunch of speedrunners, and we love to talk about all that stuff and just kind of share the things that we love about the games that we play. So thanks again, everybody. And I think with that, I will go ahead and sign off. And Sean, anything else you want to add before we throw it to intermission?
Please buy Fuga. Please gift Fuga to your friends. Please send money to Fuga, or whoever identifies as Fuga.
Yes. Support these devs. Support this game. It is a beautiful game that needs more love and more credit. So
if you want the sequel to this, if you want Solo to Robo re-release, remaster, they need money. They need the money. They need the money.
Yes. Fill the soul cannon with money and shoot it at CyberConnect.
No. Make it into the soul cannon, but with $3 S's.
The soul. Nice. Yeah, there is something about selling your soul like that. So. Very good.
Too. Kyle dies again.
All right. Well, thanks again, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the marathon. Take care. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Take care.